Yo, oh shit. Yo, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. I need a shave, but welcome. I woke up earlier today because I think sleeping in till 2 every day is kind of degenerate, and I kind of want to stop doing that. Unfortunately, that means I get less sleep initially, so hopefully that it shouldn't be a problem. But welcome to the stream. Today I'm gonna play some TFT, and I promise I'm gonna play Dark and Darker later, regardless of what happens. For sure this time, because I've been promising it for a couple days. Freaky Death, welcome back for 64 months. Thanks for your subbing. Welcome. That's the first one. Also, I can confirm as of 20 minutes ago that there is a second Baldur's Gate group that I have agreed to. I don't know if that's a good thing, but it's something that I've agreed to next week. We'll see how it turns out. Any updates on the campaign? No idea. Is Lily back yet? No. I don't even know when the fuck she comes back. You'll get the update when I get the update. Oh, you have the golden kappa? What the heck? Welcome, man. We're honored with royalty today. Day. The stream is blessed. You already know I'm only dubbing out today. Trailer we hit today? Dude, I was looking at someone's YouTube video, LeDuck, and he had this really how does this super interesting let me do this. He had attack speed 8 void, and it looked terrible, but now I'm kind of interested.
Let's get this party started.
Pumping up void. Pumping up does not work on void. I think the only combat augment that works on void is unified. It's very trying to hit the other stuff is really difficult.
That is what I want to see.
Guess we're fighting.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me.
In front of Garen? Oh, we're done with Garen, man. Garen is no longer a thing anymore.
And don't come back!
No! I didn't buy Piltover. Fuck. Wait, it's actually fucking doomed. My entire strategy is fucked now. You're supposed to buy a Piltover and put in Teemo for 2-1 to try to hit fuck. To try to hit Piltover. You have like a 1 in 5 chance of guaranteeing it. Actually, 1 in 4 chance. Which, I'm gonna be honest with you, is pretty darn good odds.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
I would do this, by the way, if I had another TG and try to go for like insane TG stuff. Okay, 5, it's just full whatever.
Darkness.
Oh my god. Okay. I know people have been wanting me to play Void, and I think Void is dog shit awful garbage, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
What should I avoid? Almost everyone avoids Yasuo, but I feel like Yasuo's not good. Is it possible to play Rek'Sai without having health? I guess it is. This was a mistake. You know what augment I want to buy or I want to try practicing? I want to try practicing dedication. I feel like dedication is very interesting. Okay, wait. I have 4 or 5. I'm just missing Vel'Koz for 6. That's sick. 8 Void or 6. Realistically, I think 6 is probably better than 8. Weirdly enough. No way I win this, right? I just kill a couple? Yeah. Any manga you recommending? I'm not reading anything great right now. So no recommendations. Oh, shit. If there's a Vel'Koz here, I think you always take it, by the way. Okay, I can just slam Sunfire here, too.
Noxus.
Do I slam Sunfire here? Can I even get Sunfire into comp? I mean, I think I probably slam Sunfire here, actually. One Punch Man is amazing. The art's on another level. You should read the new one by the same author. It's called Versus. It is fucking insane. It has like a boatload of potential. Punch Man is carried by his art. I would agree, but I don't think it's remotely the same. I wouldn't agree with that statement if after thinking about it. I think it's very much not carried by the art.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
I think I just hope I don't hit this guy. This guy's like full open. I was gonna open for more, but I realized that there's no point. Like, if I hit that guy, I can't lose. But this guy's level 6. That's not good. I hit with someone who's level 6 on stage 2. Like, you're kidding me, man. Also, I played my strongest board aside from my last round, and I am lose streaking. I feel like that's really embarrassing. But I guess it's because I just had mouths. It's really sad that Samira 1 is like better than every character in the game. Like if this was Samira instead, which I should have just put Samira, I would have killed more units. That's a learning lesson. The lesson learned. Nice kill, nice kill.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
The drifters? I don't watch it.
Witness your demise.
No, I win against this guy? Fuck. Should I sack this round? Nah, I think it's fine. I mean, I can't really lose that many more rounds. I'm already 71 gold. That's so much. Oh my, imagine I took the Thief Slub before. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh. Does this lower the health of my Void as well? Anyone know?
The void has breached this place.
I have endless hordes. I don't think I even have enough units in. I lost. Does anyone know if it decreases the health? How do I tell? I want. Nice. I'm missing 3 units. 3. Not even just 1 or 2. 3.
From every depth.
Eight struck for strategist. I think strategist is a lot of value when it comes to endless hordes, because they lose life but they gain strategist shield, which is static, right? Does this look like a reasonable amount of health? By the way, this is one of the worst fucking items ever. It scales off with other items, and so the fact that I made this first is like bleh. All right. Let's figure out this comp. I'm going to be playing 8 Void. With the 8 Void, I will be playing... What? Four bruisers. I can do 4 bruisers, Yasuo legendary. I guess it's not terrible. Or I can do strategist. Force work. I mean, how many strategists can I fit into this comp? Like, is this really that bad? Like, actually, because I'm like streaking and I feel like I don't know, I don't feel like my comp's that good.
I miss the darkness of the void.
No joke, I think this is a roll out at 11, but I don't really want to. Or no, it's not 11, 7, sorry. I don't know why I said 11. You know what's really good with Endless Hordes? Dedication. Because you can fit so many units on your board, you can get all the spats early. Like, I could get like 6, I could get 6 Ionia in one round, I could get challengers in one round. I like the idea of force work. It is appealing to me.
Where all paths converge.
I mean, no joke, I need to hit... I mean, I'll just put in a 0. Strategist is really worth a lot here. I guess the shield value goes up a huge. Even 1 point. Damn, strategist is kind of worth it. It's kind of juiced here.
starting in.
It's this, and then got TG and Chalice are both so good, right? Oh, get rid of this. Do I have Cassin too? I do have Cassin, so get rid of this. Man, how many people? I'm hitting people for so much damage at least. TG work out the Endless Horde, yeah, it's probably the best. Like, if you just got Endless Hordes and got luck, like just a bunch of TGs, it would be optimal. I feel like it's this.
Yes. I miss the darkness of the void.
He cashed out? Oh no. I want to void for now. That is true. Oh, I needed to roll last round. That was my bad.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
I need to fit this in. I have to take this, right? Never mind. Down for tier. Okay, I don't think I need to play 4 Void or 4 Bruiser. I'm kind of down to drop the 4th Bruiser for this and just play 3. Because I don't think the value is that good, if that makes sense.
Zon's with me every fight. This time's no different. Fear the void sting.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
I also think I need glove for TG, but yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna get fucking that. No, it's on my only carry, man. The only unit I have items for. Okay, it's fine. I'm level 8. I have, I guess, this sick ass roll down. Wow.
Keep your distance.
Okay. That's a sick unit. But wait, I have no items. Okay. Late, yes you are. Oh, I played against the... Oh, this guy didn't cash out. He's just kind of strong. Dude, the biggest problem is RE1 just dies. Because RE1 has no life. So like, I can't give her life. So I realized my mistake this game. Please stop giving me Senna's, man. She has 700 HP. Yeah, she literally dies to like a fucking sneeze. Oh no. But like, I don't have anyone to use blue buff, you know? My original idea was you Archangel's Kai-6. I think that's her best item. And then like I'd want like, I don't know, fucking... I mean, maybe if I get 2 more Sennas, I'm down to play 2 Sennas.
Fade and be gone.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, I definitely think this is the best item. What is this? Okay, I don't like this. Oh, I like this. Oh, I do like this. Okay, well, I have 8 Void. I'm missing Challenger, but I don't think it super matters with Archangels, if that makes sense. Also, it's kind of hard for me to give up something on this board. No way we lose? That's what I'm saying. No way we lose. I think this is actually kind of really good. The Indomitable Will is really, really good. I wish I had a different item than this. But everything else looks pretty good. Alright, how healthy is this? I've got almost no bonus health. I mean, okay. My comp looks... Force work looks pretty good. I might want to backline my Baron, honestly. I mean, is it dying? It's not really dying. Can I do... Is it 3? It's attack range. How do I see the details of the... It's 3 hex. Okay, so I can go back one. I've never done Endless Hordes, but like, isn't this pretty good? Like, as long... I just don't know if it reduces the health of the Baron. I have no idea. The thing is, most combat augments do not work on Baron. Like, so I wonder if the debuff combat augment works on Baron, because that's a completely different story that I didn't even fucking cast. They lose HPs at 5k normally. That's not. What? You mean the egg? Because it's like 6. It's like at 7k. Oh my god! Please. No way, man. I got cringed so hard, man.
If I sound rude,
Real talk, do I just roll here? Like these guys are 9 and thing, and I'm getting outscaled, right?
I will rule the Freljord.
Hear my name and know my strength.
It should be a 5k down and 3k during combat. But I mean, it's the Baron is whatchamacallit, 6k. Oh, this guy rolled for Lux 3.
The void has breached this place.
I mean, I don't know the base value of this, assuming you upgrade all your void units. I have no idea what it's supposed to be. There was some health bar decrease weird stuff, but that just might be like a visual bug, if that makes sense. I think I need to redo this. It needs to be here, right? If I'm having my Belveth left side, I need to do this. It shows right. It shows the combat shows that. Yeah, but like, is that just a visual bug? Like, I don't know. Pretty sure I'm just third place. This guy cashed out a 40 stack T Hex, double radiant item Zeri. Like, come on, man. What am I supposed to do? But honestly, I'm pretty happy. I never have played an Endless Hordes game, and it's looking pretty, like, good. I did not get anything I need. Oh, I definitely am just rolling to 0 every round. Don't think I can hold that. Sure. I mean, that's first. Okay, that's fine. That looked a little awkward. Maybe I center it. Dude, how do I beat this guy, man? He has a prismatic transfusion. Seta 2, Heimer 2. Like... Yeah, I just hope for a second, I think. How do you dig Hispanic romantic music? Don't know what it is. My uncultured brain thinks you mean like what's that one guy? Yes! Yes, let's go. Honestly, pretty good game. Pretty good game. Enrique Iglesias? Yeah, that's the only thing I'm thinking of. When I'm thinking of, like, some nice romantic music. but like that's not that's not that's not real. Bodam, thank you so much for gifting us up. Black Ninja, welcome back for 29 months. The Quaginator, welcome back for 88 months. Thank you so much. Fishy Fish 03, welcome back for 20. Go play Smats. Yeah, that's not like a real thing. Oh, God Willow. Yes. Wait. I've been waiting for this moment. Earth specializes in two things, okay? Two things that are really interesting. And the Bando Cafeteria, which can make like a really jacked unit, as well as God Willow Grove, where you can run. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck this lobby. Welcome to my board. Where you can run the 9 vertical at level 8. How feasible is go for the Masters in 18 days? Pretty feasible, I would say. The thing about TFT is you climb pretty fast. Like, you climb fast and you fall fast. And personally, I like the LP system more than like League. Like in League, sure, I can win or lose like 200 LP a day. But in like if I'm playing a lot, I can win or lose 400, twice as fast. So some would argue that's not as good, or like there's something wrong with that. But I prefer the more wild swings as opposed to the lower ones. But it is nice that TFT also has. I think TFT has one of the best scoring systems possible. For everyone knows, top 4, that's a dub. You're getting some LP. And I think just that alone helps out a lot.
This is very exciting.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Damn, I tried to put this in to try to influence the roll next round, but I think I need to put in Swain this round too. Okay. I think I said I wanted to play 9 Demacia as well as 9 Ionia and 9 Shurima on this board, but I don't know what I'm gonna get. I might just pop it and see what happens. I think I went Ionia here, right? Oh. I actually lost. Damn.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
You lose MMR for a 4th? It depends on your lobby. What? Who told you lose MMR for a 4th? It's possible, but it very strongly depends on your lobby, right? Dude, please give me Piltover, man. Oh.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
It sucks because I popped this on God Willow to play a very unique comp, and I got Piltover. And the worst part about Piltover is I'm not even gonna fucking hit it. Like, oh, it feels so bad, man. No roll. I think you're not supposed to roll till after the carousel, or like right here. Yeah, I think you're supposed to roll here. I want to hit this guy so I can win. He's playing pumping up loss streak. Okay. I think you roll at level, like, you save gold here and you roll 20 gold here or 20 gold here. It really just depends, but I think rolling here doesn't make any sense because you need 2 costs, a 3 cost, a 3 cost. So rolling at level 3 doesn't, you don't have that much gold. So it might as well just sack these 2 rounds and roll. The only difference is like, getting Piltover at 2-1 as opposed to 2-4 or 2-3 is a huge difference. Also, I don't like rolling till after carousel because given how many Piltover units there are, there's a high chance one of them's on the carousel. Like it's just likely you're gonna see one of the 3 units. Vi? Fuck me. Oh no. It's okay. Oh, now I'm you. It's so sad I picked this Grove just to fucking lose. I feel like I'm in a very bad position right now.
The world may fall in darkness, but Noxus will remain. Are you king? Sword. For Piltover!
Am I not too strong? Am I not ridiculously strong? I literally have fucking Aurelia 2, Samira 2. I need to sell these units. Fucking not even worth putting them in. I could have made 20 here. I think Heartsuck is such a weird term. It's like, I don't know. This is definitely getting sold. Firelight? Okay.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I got a little spooked. I could have kept the Samira to kill one unit though. That's my bad. Well, I don't even know if it's my bad. I killed a unit anyways. I wouldn't have killed 2 with Samira. It's fine. Well, actually... Oh shit, I would have killed 2. Damn, that's crazy.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I kind of need a frontline. This is really... This is kind of spooky. This. This is really spooky. I have to do it this way because it's like I do not trust that my front line is good. Do you guys see my gold? I'm 30 gold level 5 here. It's probably the lowest amount of gold I've been at in a long time.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
30 gold 5. Skip. Could be worse. Not really. Throw a full open? Bro, no he wouldn't. This guy is kind of spooky. It's like my jinx here, so I should lose, right? I got really scared when I saw this guy, and I was like, maybe I didn't have to sack that much. I got really scared here. Okay. Oh, you already know. We're sacking. We do be sacking. I kind of do wish I did Pandora's, but it's not that good. Honestly, this is probably the best thing to get. What am I even saying? But the problem is I need some damage on my Jinx. I just don't know what. Dude, this guy thinks I'm gonna kill his Cho'Gath. That is not fucking happening. Am I? Wait. I mean, I want to kill it too, so like, let's come to an agreement. Nope. What do I even want to get here? Like, I'm trying to see my items. It's like BT this for Urgot, but I don't have an Urgot.
Dawn is the future.
Piltover's finest.
Beautifully custom mechanic keyboard this week. Oh, have fun. The custom keyboards are a fun hobby to get into, but like I'm definitely more interested on the buying side as opposed to the making side. Also, some of it can get a little expensive, a little pricey. Just a little though. Just a tiny bit. Hammer the only Piltover were either missing? Yep. Oh, this is sick. I would take the Urgot here in a heartbeat. Okay, I kind of lied. I didn't really want the Urgot, but now that I said that, it's kind of bad for me to take it back. So I guess I'm taking the Urgot. Watching Danny and Celine play Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, I would fucking want to watch, man. I'm gonna try to sack the entire stage and roll at 4-1, by the way. If you're curious where I'm going with this.
I will rule the Freljord.
Oh, he's playing Pump Me Up Garen? Holy fuck. He didn't go Rage Blade. Wait, what a beast. Wait, he's playing 7 Demacia? Okay. Nice. Kill 3, that's really good. Complete honesty, guys, I don't know if I'm cashing out this game. It is very awkward, I will say to say the least. I should have done this last round. I'm so bad. Like when you stack all these, Urgot's not great to stack items on. That should be the main problem, actually. I got 2 tiers. Okay, I'm going 8th this game.
Demacia must lead by example.
Dawn is the future.
That's probably just gonna stay in that spot
I
though.
will rule the Freljord.
Okay. Why do I have tier as my items? Like, I'm not cashing out this game, by the way, guys. I'm fucked. My items are so bad. I need gold. I need to fix my comp.
I won't be denied.
I lost. What the fuck? Wait, I've literally never not cashed out Piltover. But this game is like atrocious. Like, what the fuck is this, man?
I will rule the Freljord.
I think if I get Urgot 2 here, it might be possible.
Bond with me every fight. This time's no different.
Oh boy, what do I blue buff in this comp? 75, 60? Sure. He took the only damage thing I can make. Like, what the fuck, man? I think it was Senna maybe for this, but... Dude. I lose, man. I just fucking lose for free. Nothing I can do about it. Can't beat this guy. Can't beat this guy. Can't beat this guy. Like, it's unbelievable, man. I hit tier, bow. Like, what the fuck? It's not worth you watching this fight. I'm gone. When they play Baldur's Gate 3, you'll know when I know. Don't stop asking. I'm playing some ads. Charlie X will about for 24 months. Like, you'll see in the title when I know. Yeah, that was my first ever one I didn't cash out on, cause I don't know. I think the biggest problem is building Urgot items. Urgot's fucking useless until you stabilize with Zeri, but that's sad. Like, if I had 2 Zeri items, I probably would have cashed out a couple rounds ago. I am so sad that game. Fuck, man. That's alright. I can honestly just say I just slammed the wrong items that game. Yeah, it's fine. I should have known. Okay to take Urgot. Okay to slam Warmogs. I should have saved the rest. Alright, I went to a random zone because I don't like these. So what did we get? I hope not Sump or the... We went to university? Okay, wait, I like that. We getting our degrees today. I like that. Priz? Okay. So Priz is interesting because if you... Oh, wait, let me think.
Guilty.
I'm just looking for Wandering Trainer, honestly. I mean, honestly, I can play Shadow Isles if I hit double Shadow. But it's like... It's kind of rough. I guess if I hit double Rogue, I could play... Oh, God. Okay, never mind. Forget it. Dude, Rogue is probably the worst assassin type thing ever released in any set. And it makes me very sad that that's the case.
Guess we're fighting.
The mist beckons.
What's this?
It's not Robo. Slam Tomes? You're not supposed to. I mean, yeah, you can. It depends how you want to play. I mean, but I think generally speaking, you should probably not, unless you're starting things are unusable. Is there anything I can play with March here that would be fun? Okay.
Guess we're fighting.
I need to
I
hold
have
this
but
thing.
one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
I mean, that was 6
I
there,
have
but
but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
I wonder if I ever Shojin here. I mean, okay, I'm playing for Gwen, obviously. Gwen's BIS is probably JG Hodge Deathcap. I probably play for Shadow Isles Shen. Do I also play for Shadow Isles Kaisa too? That's probably Shadow Isles Yasuo, right?
Darkness gathers on the Isles from every depth.
Let's start the show.
I don't fucking know. I think I'm just going Hodge. I honestly think my Yasuo items need to be like four blades. 4 fucking BF swords. Oh wow, he kind of snuck his ass in there. That's good. Does he rogue backwards? He does not. Thank God. Radiant Deathblade. This item alone allows you to play Aphelios if you're curious. I also think Warmog is a really good item here, but it's okay. You watch this clip of Janet? What is this?
Okay, I'm
Should we
gonna
fight the
fight.
bear?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the bear. Yo.
They all.
Did you hit the wrong bear?
I think you might have hit the wrong bear.
I think you hit a good bear.
Holy.
I think you hit the bears that were leaving, Jan.
Oh.
Oh, you hit the entire line of people leaving.
Holy. They're all mad. I think we lost.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I think we lost. I think we lost.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, let's kill them all. Let's kill them all.
Kill 'em all, kill 'em all, kill 'em all.
That's fucking hilarious. I want to hit 20 here, but having to sell these is so bad, I think. Maybe I should have sold Zed here preemptively. It's just that I'm pretty likely we will lose this anyways. Damn, I kind of killed 2 more units than expected here, though. Yeah, I didn't even know that could happen. Which is kind of fucking hell.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Just say, what do you mean? I worked hard for this Gwen. I worked a 9 to 5 for this Gwen, and she just, you know, showed up. It's a reward. Nice. Good loss. Mike Kled, hell no. You're never playing Slayers. You're playing like 1 or 2 Slayers cap, most. This is such a bad unit, man.
We are vengeance.
My gold is really bad this game too. The biggest problem with Shadow Isles is you kind of gotta duo carry some stuff that's like trash. I don't know about trash, but sometimes it's not that great. It's okay when you can get the legendaries, but before then, sometimes it's like if I don't have a Rage Blade on playing Callista, it feels kind of bad. Like just straight up, it does not feel great. I kind of need pen as well. Like it just everything just feels there. I wonder actually if the correct call was never to slam tank items in this comp. I feel like they're good, but maybe not that good. Because then I just go Titans here, right? I go Titans. But I mean, having unslammed components playing Priz Lobby also seems really bad. So there's no real winning, you know. We'll say this, Gwen's kind of slapping. Gwen's kind of a slapper. I think as the more Shadow Isle spats I can get, the better. Like the fact that I'll take as many as I can get. Probably not this. Magnetic 1 component. Holy fuck.
void has breached
What is going on? The fuck is going on? Best Shadow Isle spot, it says Zed. It's Cassante, Cassante, Shen, Ari, Yasuo. There's like a bunch of random things that could work. I high rolled so hard here. Because usually you can't even play 6 due to how bad some of the Shadow Isles are. I have Kaisa 2 here. Kaisa's been insane. She's alright. This is the cash out for a VTuber game? True. Yeah, like Kaisa is like it's like not even the top 5 units. I mean, she can work, don't get me wrong, but the shield is a large benefit of Shadow Isles. So putting it on a backline unit, unless the backline unit, the mana regen is so good for it that like it can overpower that. Yeah, it's like it's hard, you know. So I play 7 with 6 Sork but always lose to it. You're probably not rolling enough in stage 3. Like, you need a win streak with Sorks mid-game, right? Or else you're getting fucking owned. Is Ionian Spat worth anything here? Probably not, right? I don't think I can use spats here because I'm probably playing 3. I could probably go into Shadow Isle Karma in the end game anyways. Oh, not Karma, Ari. So I don't think I can use it easily. I really wish I had. So the thing is, JG is actually not great with Gwen over Deathcap. Deathcap is always better because you're never getting an AP with Gwen. But like, obviously, it's like I didn't have that. It's a lot harder to hit both Deathcap and JG. Get them all. I got them. Like, trust me, I got them. Like, my board is illegally good. Or my augments. I have +3 Shadow and 1's a Fawn. Like, so I'm pretty much only playing the stuff you see on my board. In fact, I'm probably not even playing Maokai, right? Late game, I sell this Maokai for Seta. So I play literally only the best, which means my frontline can actually be anything. I might frontline Jarvan or something. I might like Shadow Isles Jarvan. They probably would take it. Oh yeah, it's better right now. You right. Way better unit. Just because I'm streaking, it like kind of matters a lot. I would not mind Titans here. I really do need some. if I want this anyways. I would like one Rage Blade on Callista, but BT Titan's not good. I was never really good. BT, I mean, it's like you're spending on 6 Shadow Isles, you're spending half the game with a shield up. And you have Slayer, which gives Omnivamp. Like, it's just really never been good. Need Titans on Gwen? I mean, I know I need Death Cap on Gwen, but Titans will do.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Titans will do. One Deathblade for Yasuo? Oh yeah. I might just Shadow Isles Yasuo with Deathblade. Just call it a day. But it's also really awkward because like real talk, my front line is gonna be very weird this game. It's probably gonna be Nasus actually. But I don't Shadow Isles Nasus. Why is this guy playing Noxus Gwen? If I get contested for Gwen this game, I'm gonna be so upset. You have no idea. Because no one plays that character, man. Oh, shit. I want a... I would want the challenger the Gwen, but now that I can't, it's really bad. I don't think it's worth it. Long distance is interesting. Fuck.
I must hurry if I am to win.
I have seen more. I played against more Gwens. Wait, that's my no. That's my other Gwen. I thought it was his Gwen. I was so confused. Like, how am I playing against Gwens? No one plays this unit. I don't think you go for Callista 3 here. Shit, that's all I'm good for though. Like, so how we do this? Alright.
Try not to slow me down.
The biggest problem is I can't actually keep rolling at 7 even though I took return. I took this for super late game investments. Because it's technically better than long distance pals at like level, at like probably stage like 5 or some shit like that. Oh, was there Yasuo in my shop? Oh, my bad. Long time looking delivering content. Watch your Japan vlogs. Glad to see you. Know if you had any time. Keep up the good work. Be super entertaining. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Why is she still stunned? What? She didn't move for the entirety of the match. What? How is this? Wait, if I lose this, it's actually so bad. What? Did you see what happened to me this? Like, what was that? I mean, I guess I can take this. Because I might just Senna or fuck. I might. Do I need a Shojin Senna even?
From the shadows.
Look at this. Shadow Isles Cassante is probably BIS, but I don't know if I can get to Cassante. But yeah, this is definitely gonna get sold. And what else is gonna get sold? I don't fucking know. This guy has Yasuo too. Huh, that's not good. This Gwen unit looks kind of good, by the way. How many level up players are in this game? I hit 2 already? Dark with toast later? Probably not with toast, but with eggs. Are you still talking with Cutie Pie? Dude, when I get questions asked like that, I'm like, who the fuck asks these questions like normally? This gets locked, right? I probably... Okay, honestly, Kai'Sa's kind of a bad unit. I just play Yasuo, right? No Kai'Sa. Have a good day. The last game sucked, but it's chill. What the fuck is going on this game?
Now and forever.
Shurima is not of this time.
I sound rude. It's because I've got a world to save.
Damn, I gave up. Fuck. It's really weird because I gave up. I wonder. Do I just Shadow Isles the thing? I mean, why not, you know? But I don't think he gets much from Shadow Isles either. But I don't think anyone here gets much from Shadow Isles. Like, maybe it's this. Like, my problem is, like, my board is kind of weird. Selling this. This is Yasuo. Sure. Bench is so expensive. Like, I did not expect to hit all of this garbage.
Just looking for a road home.
The void has breached this place.
Oh. What is the... grenade? I don't think I play this. Well... I can... Wow, there's 2 fearless players in my lobby. That is a little wild. I will not lie. Change of plans. I challenger the Aatrox and I play 4 challengers. That seems good. That was already super hard to put him in this position.
Fear the void sting.
Okay, it's a 2-star. Oh, if I get Yasuo, that's really bad. How many more rolls do I have? Oh, I need one more. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. Okay, there we go. Okay. Cause my board is not bad. I'm pretty much never going 9 though, because I need a roll for these 3. I sell this for Senna when I hit it. And then this is my board. I could Shadow Isle something else, but honestly, Casante's kind of broken with Shadow Isle. Could also Shadow Isle Ari here, but I don't have items for her, so it feels like not great. I might have said anything, but my Gwen definitely missed twice here, and that's okay. Can't believe I said Aatrox 2 so early. Yeah, it's nuts. Aatrox 2, like this board is probably never going to be hit again for me. At +3 Shadow Isles, 1, and then like essentially 2 Fawns. Like I'm not going 9 this game. I could go, no, it's so late and I probably just want to go for Gwen. I can't believe there's a person playing Gwen. Like... How is it possible? I very rarely see that unit. This guy's playing RE20. What is this? Oh, is Cassante stuck on my QSS? It's really good, actually.
Demacia, now and forever.
We should have left home years ago.
The void has breached this place.
Here I come.
Wow. Wow, this guy's board's so good. What the heck? Okay, he's dead. But the boards are kind of capped this game.
Demacia must lead by example.
Dude. Shen here. I mean, I think Shen's like one of my most important pieces, unfortunately. Okay, killed him. Top.
Good to let loose.
No, man. Like, what the fuck can I even... What can I even take here? He could get Juggernaut. Shiv, someone else already took it.
Volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls.
Do I just reforge this? Should not reforge this. My bad. Should have just gave Ari IE. Big mistake. It's crazy that you took fucking shit from me, man. I could have gone first if I positioned better. Honestly, second's really good as well, I guess. I'm surprised that the Philios won. But, like, he has Radiant DP. That's, like, the only time the Philios can win. Scion 2 of Radiant DP. If I Shiv, I'd probably win this. One of the biggest problems with Shadow Isles is you can't really splash Pen really easily without Heimer. And Heimer takes up a slot. I had +3, +4. And I couldn't even fit all the units I wanted. which is insane. I'm pretty sure BIS is dropping Yasuo Ari for legendaries, but I didn't get to that point. They'll play some ads. Wait, is this the one I can make? Is this the one I can make 20? I can make 30 at 2-1, right? If it's, oh, only if it's prismatic.
The black mist won't hurt anyone. I promise.
The thing about making Spark there, that's hard, is the fact that how do I say this? Your Callista has, when I made Rageblade, Callista still has a lot of value, if that makes sense. Like Callista's still a really great unit, and like having
Where there is evil, I shall
having no Spark, it feels like so bad,
Where
man.
there is evil, I shall go.
So Callista openers have only one interesting facet about them, and that's if there's like this thing called early education, which is kind of interesting.
Porting in.
I'm putting in Timo. Oh fuck! I only have 5. I shouldn't have put Timo in then. Or I should replace this Cho with something else. I'm trying to weight the augments, but it did not weight correctly. Which is not the augment's fault. That's my fault. I could play Vel'Koz reroll. That's kind of boring. I mean, YOLO is just I hope I get Bruiser. Piltover is wild and really unusable unless I hit another one.
Piltover's finest. Piltover's finest.
This is very exciting.
I realized Piltover is actually fine because there was a buy in my shop. Let me think. How much is this? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I'm selling this then, I guess. I just want to give her a health to kill one unit.
This is very exciting.
Back off.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Probably better. Yeah, I think if you're playing Earth, you're gonna play Piltover a lot. Or at the very least, I think you should. Because you can get a very high chance of getting Piltover. Right? You play like Tristemo and you only have 6 things in. It's not that unlikely for you to high roll. In fact, I would say the odds are in your favor. You have 6 and you have multicaster and whatchamacallit. If you have six traits, you have multicaster, and Yordle's in. Then there's 4 traits left, so it's a 1 in 4 chance. Honestly, that's not bad. That's really not that bad. Oh, Zoncheck, shit, I should have checked. You're right. Because if it's Robo, then I can roll maybe more on 6, but it's okay. I have learned my lesson here. We are not stacking Urgot. Fuck that unit. Unless you get Urgot 2, then that unit's awesome. But Zeri 1 is what you're likely going to hit at 7 in this game. And you need to... Oh, God. He's loose streaking birthday present? Oh, the Piltover emblem? I'm down. But I don't know if I can even hit it, if that makes sense. Like, I'm very much tempted to just sell this, right? What radio items should you prioritize on Zeri? Gunblade, QSS. Probably her best items. I would, yeah. Fuck it, even Deathblade's pretty good. Hardicus is 3-2. No, it's because you lose so much life in prismatic lobbies. Like, it's very hard for me to lose by just 1. I'm almost always hitting level 5, level 6 players. It is rough. He didn't sack. Okay, good. I don't know exactly Zeri's best radio item, but I suspect Gunblade is... QSS are both Omega good on her. Just don't get baited by Rageblade. I think that's her worst item. I'd probably go... Oh, also Guardbreaker. I'd probably go like Guardbreaker. Yeah. Over all of that.
Watch this.
This is very exciting.
Oh, fuck, it's Robo. Thinking Giant Slayer. If you think about her, a lot of her damage skips frontline. Guardbreaker is better than GS on her for sure. Like, if anything, when I play against Zeri, I get pissed because she kills my backline at the same time.
Watch this.
PC roll, it's possible, but let's see. Do you see my items? Can you please explain my items to me? Just 1 second. What the fuck? It's Val, Rageblade, Gargoyle BT. I'm hoping to kill a couple units. I could just do double, like Bramble Declaw, just because they're like great, but it's hard to burn the tier in this comp without playing Vow Redemption or Hodge. So it's like, no. Oh, can I fit in 4 Bruiser with the thing now? Sedge, Scion, Vi. Okay, no, actually +1 actually is helpful here.
All according to
Can I level here? Okay, I'm safe to level, I think.
Every step, a new journey.
I'm a little worried about slamming items early, just a little bit. So I was like gonna slam Declaw here, and I'm like, this guy went Rek'Sai reroll with no +1 Rek'Sai. Interesting. I don't know if I would have done that.
Who needs a beat down?
Okay, what do I go for here? I wonder if I just Gunblade this. No way, I did too much. Damn, this guy was weaker. I mean, it's still okay. I mean, I was gonna cash out here anyways, so it's not really a loss. I cashed out with 20 stacks still, which I would say is relatively still pretty good. Yeah, I'm not super high HP either. The thing is, It's cause you have Robo. Jinx 1 did this much damage. Oh man.
There will be peace in the Trailblazer. I will forge it.
Don't really like what I hit.
A new journey.
Shurima is where all paths converge. Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
What if I put Cassante with these items? Cassante 2? That'd be kind of awesome. Bruiser.
Zon's with me every fight.
Ooh.
This time's no different.
Okay. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so good, it might turn into a Cassante 2 game. We'll see. I wonder if... I think I'm just going to go IE Hodge here. Not a bad combination of items for Zeri. Next Baldur's Gate 3, bro. As soon as I know, you'll find out. It'll be in the title. I get asked this every fucking day, man. I do not fucking know. I have no idea. The remover? Yeah, I can remove it anytime. I mean, okay. What are the bruisers I want? With one bruiser spat, I could sell that. I'm playing one Piltover. It's probably...
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Oh, that is really hard to use. Pretty sure I just go IE with the sword, but the other thing is Urga items. Pretty good too. Level up here and I would win the game. Will Baldur's Gate be on YouTube? Okay, we're trying, but I talked to my editors about it. It looks a little hard to do, if that makes sense. Is Martyr good? I feel like with T-Hex it's gotta be okay.
I am Storm's reckoning. I am Storm's reckoning. What is strength?
What the fuck?
Do not use it.
Martyr seems pretty good, actually. I want to do 2-star 5 cost, but I don't know if I can do it.
Zon's with me every fight. This time's no different.
Zon's future's about to get brighter.
Just looking for a road home.
What's that here? Put this over here. Wow. Okay. I actually think I can't Bruiser anyone else but Echo this game. Or Warwick. Probably Warwick that moved the items over. Oh, please. Oh. About to slam Hodge again, man. How the hell do I use this tier otherwise? That's Hodge, BT, Urgot. Doesn't even sound that bad.
For the Freljord!
I'm 100% supposed to Nico this to keep my streak. And I really don't want to. So I might grief my game by not Nicoing this. I'm gonna Nico next round. This got too close, man. This got way too close. I'm a bitch.
It's up to me!
That was kind of close. So I saw Ash later.
Zon is the future.
Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
I mean, I got triple Mechano. Does this shit do damage? 3% burn. Wait, I forgot Shrinko. Wait. No, I don't want to take out Ash eventually. Oh, I can't take out Ash. Fuck, I can't count my board. Oh no. Fuck. Oh, fuck, man. Extra Last Whisper? I mean, yeah, if there's a Last Whisper here, that'd be lovely. Why can't we sell turret to regain augments? Okay, that would be the most broken shit ever. Alright, I Hodge or Last Whisper ideally. Guardbreaker, Hodge, Last Whisper, all great items. Another Zeke's would not be the worst, but I would, well, it'd be pretty bad. I just need a item. Okay. I feel like Zeke's on Heimer has got to be one of his best items. It's so good. It works on Heimer. It works on Heimer's turret. People cap so low with their comps, except for this guy has Puppy Up. Know Thy Enemy. This guy can cap really high, but he can't cap really high actually. Wow. Can I ditch 2 Zon in this game? I think I can. Think this is the best? Don't know if I need healing when I have Martyr. Probably not. So Guardbreaker is for sure the best here. Alright guys, here's the plan. I sell 2 Zon. I sell both of these. Senna, random frontliner, doesn't matter. Probably Aatrox. And then I'll Bruiser Aatrox or something, and then that'll be it. I stacked two rounds. I'm giga strong. I'm not worried about losing rounds. Actually lost this guy? How many challenges does he have? Wait, that's such a bad loss. Shrink pop off Mikhail? Yeah. That's why I really want a Shrinko here. Well, it's fine if I have to keep Ash. I can drop these 2 and still play cap board. Probably play Senna, Aatrox, Nasus. Wow, this guy. Okay. Oh, losing these last 2 rounds made me 1 life, which is kind of awkward, honestly. Oh! Oh, I have to find I have to find a setup now. Okay, chop gutter. Whoops. It's fine.
Hear my name and know my strength.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
I fucking skip hybrid. That's actually really bad. The hybrid here was so bad. I'm 5th this game? Wow, pumping up Zeri 2. Wow, what a crazy game. I can't believe I went 5th. This guy had the 2 best combat augments in the game. Huh. Go play some ads. Oh, yes! The first one of the day. It's hard for me to get banned on cafeteria. Wow, someone went unstable rift. Thank God it's not him, I don't think. Fuck. Really? No way, man. Who? It's not possible to even play around this. It's just a random item and it's different for every player. So sometimes you're gonna get ZZ Rot at stage 2, and other times you're gonna get a Chalice. And it's like, okay, well, it's like you can't really play around it. There's not much skill expression. It doesn't make the game much more different.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I just decided if I want a full open here or not with Renekton. 2 pair. There's Cho'Gath. I think I'm down to open. Now imagine I get this next round or any of the rounds after. Like, I will say this is probably worse for people who play Lost Streak. Because usually you want to use your items. It's like you slammed an item and you're not going to use it. Just another item here. Yep. Wow, I have items where I want to... Oh, do I just want to pump? Can I pump this into anything useful, though? I can pump this into Garrett, I guess.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I'm just looking to put enough units to kill 1 unit. If I can kill more than 1, that's great for me, but unlikely. Cool. I want it away. Tell me why. Is it? Can I still for full 5? Yeah, I can. He's also playing pumping. Energy getting swept? Wait, in League or in Valo? Desire. In League? Oh. Darker friends are alone with other people, usually. Nothing but a mistake. I can't believe 2 people went pumping Lost Streak this game. Oh, he's going Kale. Interesting. Tricksters. I really want to hit the last place player so I can actually build a board. That's okay. Oh, Toast! Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome, welcome. I'm playing the TFT right now, but I'm about to... I don't know about to, but... play... Darker with some VTubers later. I'm waiting on time. Me looking awkwardly to the left as I try to figure out the time. Wait, you joined just in time. I'm trying out Garen again. I feel like this is a bad idea. You use your skill, so I am not. But I will be using it probably next week for my second Baldur's Gate group that I have somehow got swindled into. How did I get swindled into it? Who knows, man. So what happens when Lily leaves? That's what I'm saying. Oh, you should Sunfire the left one because the first one dies, but it's okay. Hopefully I get the kill. Nice. The Sunfire I think gave me no. Never mind. How about Lily? She died. Tango Prodigy woke back for 10 months. Alright, okay. I'm just watching this guy. If this guy even sells one unit, both of my units are gone. Cool. He's playing kill and he sold his units. Huh. Your streamer second group, I just said that I would be doing that, yeah. Like I would use my VTuber with my second group. That implies that I'll be streaming. Because if I used it when I'm not streaming, that would just be weird. Alright, I'm a little spooked. Okay. Oh. The thing about, okay, the weird thing is I really get scared when, oh. Okay, I got a Nasus. That's actually kind of sick. I'm really spooked when using these. Because I need, oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Then one's for Juggernauts, but one's for Zeke's. And I can...
Let's start the show.
What did I just sell? I sold the wrong one. Fuck.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Okay. So I don't have any piece of Garen, but I have a Nasus. And that's good enough. I hope. Pow. Is Know Thy Enemy even good if I'm only playing Juggernauts? I'll only have 6 Juggernauts and Demacia.
There will be peace in the Trailhead. I will forge it.
Shadow Casa's good. It's not, man. People who say that are... It's not even the best challenger to Shadow Isle, man. To be honest, I could kind of pivot Shadow Isles from this position. My items are not too committed. I imagine text has active traits. If it said non-active traits, I would be, be very shocked.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
I feel like it needs to be on this. Maybe this. Jasper's best. Actually, Shen. Well, this guy is gonna blow me out here. I definitely kill one, right? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Did I kill two? Okay, I'm at such a bad life, but maybe it's okay. I need Spat here to really guarantee I can make this work. No Spat? It's okay. Not having Juggernaut sucks. I think I have to play... I might have to play 4 Juggernauts, but that version sucks. So I don't know how this is going to work. This might be a little bit of a weird one.
Victory awaits.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
From the shadows.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
It went on the fucking... Whatever, man. I put on Warwick. Or Nasus. Oh, if I put this on thing, I'm gonna say it's 4 life.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
No, a double trouble. Really amazing, great loss here. Okay. I mean, that's still 2 lives. It doesn't matter. I needed the loss to maintain gold.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
It's okay. I might have just... There's part of me thinks I should just slam Titans here, actually. Because I could just rely on pumping for attack speed. But I don't know. That's kind of iffy. Oh. Oh. These are fucking awful.
love Demacia. It's the only place I've been. Noxus will rise.
I'm really considering this. Like, I just can't fit it. I'd have to drop the 4. I hold on to it for 1 round, maybe. Maybe I get another Juggernaut spat, and I can fit it. I mean, being able to keep this and roll at 7 is probably very good. Wait, this guy's running vertical Demacia. Wait, I got contested. Wait, how the fuck did I get contested? Wait, what? What?
Shurima is not of this time.
Wait, I contested. Huh? Tides is better. No. Oh my god, I might not make it to...
Must hurry if I am to win.
Sword will fight back.
Ah, no way I lose this, right? No, no shot, no shot. I'm not even gonna slam my items. I know I won this. I won this, right? Woo! He won too, bro. Surely no way someone takes this. I feel like this guy's existence was just to grief me. Huh? Why would you take Rod here?
Victory awaits.
Like, why would you actually take Rod here? Zoe Morello's? I'm kind of down to Slam Titans. I kind of have to, right? I can't really do anything about it. If I hit anyone that I think I can lose to, I'm going to slam. Oh, this looks too worrisome. He died. He fucking died. Bro. The guy wrote ready last sister? Yeah. Like, at least I'm not 8th? I mean, QSS is great. It's probably the best thing I can get here. 50% attack speed. I get another 26 here, and I get 15 here. I mean, it's a great amount of attack speed to open with. It's playing. No way I lose. He's playing Callista. Well, I'm dead. My items were kind of bad this game, but it's okay. Okay. Maybe that wasn't the game to play Gary, and I'm gonna go play some ads. My bad. No Rage Blade. My items were weird. Like, in a perfect world, I just have a lot of Zeeks, right? I have Zeeks TGs, maybe Sunfire, but in reality, I got like a Hodge, some stuff. I don't think he picked on Saber Rift. I think that guy plays whatchamacallit. That guy plays Demacia. But I'm surprised he plays Demacia when he doesn't play. He plays Pumping Up Demacia. I would only play Demacia if I was playing the thing that lets you put a unit on your bench. Like, there's no way that comp is good. Like, no way in hell that comp is good. Also, I think I should always drop 2 Juggernauts for Heimer. I'm, like, thinking about it more, and I just think that it's fine. I can just play Heimer carry. Pumping Up allows you to play Heimer so well. Like, just super well. Yeah, it's weird. I think wait, it might have been is that the same guy who played Demacia vertical in my earlier game? I think it might be. He didn't game again? Interesting. Did he play with me earlier today? I think he did. Hall of 9? Sure. I kind of liked it. No, he did not. It was someone else. Wow. Wait, it was me before. It was the same guy. Cause I went 8th playing I couldn't cash out, right? His only last few games are me, and then me, the one that's not shown, and then me, the one this game. Those are interesting times to play. Those are very interesting times to play. We'll see. I think his average win rate is really good, though. I don't like this cat unit. I'm good. I probably don't like this Sandra unit. Don't like this opener. Nah, it could just be poor timing. Mm, 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 mm.
Armed and ready.
Let's start the show.
Noxus? Nah, I think Noxus is very bad there. It doesn't matter if you can have Noxus, it doesn't do anything for you in that position. Like, cool, you have a Samira 1 and a Cassio 1, but your items are Sunfire open. I could play Samira reroll for that position, sure. But I have one Samira. I'd rather not contest someone who's probably going to have more. I feel like I should just open this. Like, am I ever gonna kill a unit here? My only regret is selling the Ionian unit, but it's also just like, it's so hard to win from this. Like, I would never kill a unit against these guys.
Darkness. They will feel pain they've never imagined.
It's still better to win half your early games rather than opening. depends what your thing is. If you're playing Transfusion Vlad, pretty sure you just open every game, almost. So it just very much depends on what everything else is. Wow, he did not cast. Not good. 29. Damn, even with all my items. If I put belt on Renekton, I would have actually killed this unit here, I think. Because he would have casted. Sure. You can work Challenger and Ionian spot here. I would love to try to play 9 Ionian, but it's very hard. Ionian Belveth is BIS. Ionian, yeah.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
It sucks that like all the other items are kind of whatever for me. They're nothing that's really appealing. Yeah. Ionian Spat usually just goes on Belveth. And you call it a Belveth. You can do like Heimer, Belveth, or that one random Aatrox. And kind of Senna if you hit, but like usually you'd rather save it for something that does damage. But Senna's not bad either. The problem with playing Yasuo is you need a lot of belts. Or not BFs. Like especially playing 6 Ionian, because you get so much lifesteal with Yasuo. I personally like playing with like my BS is like Deathblade RFC or like Deathblade IE, like a lot of fucking damage. Because I don't really want to do.
What I have done cannot be undone.
Callista can be an item holder. I mean, yeah, but I don't have a Callista, so like it doesn't super matter, right? Snipers. Honestly, I've been taking amazing losses for the weird position that I've been at, right? Right, my position, like I'm playing against level 4 players every game. Like, I'm taking a 3 here. Oh, I'm taking a 2 here. Can I take a 1 here? Oh no, take a 2 here. I'm not even 60. I'm 50 gold. That's so good. What the heck?
Let's start the show.
Probably this. 6 Ionia. Let's chat about holder. Yeah, there's no problem. I'm just letting you know. I just don't have a Callista yet. It's not just probably okay to hold a spat as well. It's not optimal, but actually, this item is kind of impossible to use, I think. Maybe QSS? BT or Belveth, maybe?
Ignorance is fatal.
I got 1 Reforger.
Ionia.
Okay.
Place was so damn quiet before I came
Demacia.
along.
Wow, he plays Demacia Garen every game. Holy moly, this guy's crazy. Puppy up Garen. So yeah, it's sword, which is what makes it really rough because you need swords in this comp. Like, I need swords to eat this, right? How else am I gonna eat it? Maybe I go Guardbreaker? Super good loss. I feel like gifts is always good,
I
you
have
know?
but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
I would just slam Guardbreaker here. Thoughts on this? If Ionia spat's always a fast 7 or fast 9. Oh. Guys, level 7, last stand. Wow, I took so much damage here. The Reforges Cloak.
Now,
Ooh, wait, you're kind of speaking my language. I'm down. JG. It's okay. I switch it over to Ari later, I guess. Oh, my Yasuo items are gonna be dog shit. That's okay. I have to roll at 7 this game, right? Like, no doubt I'm rolling this round. 37, yep. Wow. Oh wait, he takes that, right? Oh. Thank God. He has no way to use it. Whew, thank God. A Yasuo spat is fucking crazy. Yasuo's one of the weaker forecasts. I mean, yeah, unless you're playing 6 Ionia, then it's not.
I have done the undone.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Yes. I am Storm's reckoning.
Whoops, I meant to do this. So I was rolling for oh, actually that's a great loss.
The
This.
void has breached this place.
Yes. Oh, what a fucking great loss. Oh my god. Okay. Well, now I'm in a good spot.
Let's start the show.
Wait, I can fit 9 Ionia, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have to go 8 and hit Ari, but the answer is I technically could, yes. For roll down, I feel like I need. Oh god, I kind of want to go 8, but there's no fucking way. I just have to roll. Hope I get Yasuo too. Wow.
Consulted. Hear my name and know my strength.
What I have done cannot be undone.
I don't really think I care.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Killing you will be one of my finest works. I don't kill you.
Oh, I skipped the Yasuo? Huh, my bad. I've not seen those today. Is the return on investment that bad if I'm going 9 Ionia here? I feel like there's no way that's good.
We are vengeance.
The void has breached this place.
Sword will fight back.
Feel our hate.
Shadows.
Remember the name.
I won't. You're right, I won't.
Now we'll prove our courage.
I think I want more frontline. I think I'm not gonna play this then. These 3 things I kind of need upgraded. Sorry, I really need to put this in. It's my bad. Yeah, this is not. I don't really know what to go here. I'm just gonna rage play my Heimer and pray to God. Actually, let me do this. Okay. He went 7. I'm surprised he does this because I'm pretty sure Battle Ready is bad. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not what he's supposed to be doing. 7. Fawn. Alright, so the way I play this is I sell both of these and play these two, and I play Ari. And I'm playing 9 Ionia, which is probably pretty shit for a little bit, but will be better. Go fast. It's okay because he's playing Lux, I guess. But yeah, I feel like that thing has potential. Hey, Ari on 7, that's a good fucking question. I mean, I 5 streak, which is actually really great. Oh, this guy's bored. Okay.
Ionia still stands.
Oh! I have 9 Ionia. Holy fuck.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Where's my fawn? Ooh. Okay, whatever, man.
Fear the void sting.
This guy's last stand board. We'll see what I can do. Dead. Damn, I even played for the super outs. It's 1 life, last stand. 1 life, last stand. I did the guy who cashed out Piltover, man. Oh, Hybrid 2, Zeri 2. Come on. They're 10-4-1-1. Fuck. It's so close. All right, I'm gonna go play some ads and switch games. Dark and Darker. I've still okay. Hold on, dark and darker. It's the crew. Eggs. I play with Eggs, and she's bringing a friend, so I have a crew. Cluster Orgy went back for 5 months. That's a interesting name. I mean, I'm so happy I went for the 9 Ionia. I think that was like the most fun outcome I could have made. And once I hit Ari in that position, Ari in a decent spot. I was a little, I swear, I was a little bit close to doing well that game. I think it'll be fine. Wait, let me go make sure it doesn't leak anything important on this game because I have never opened this before. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, actually, you know what's funny? Giga reached out to me and she was like, "So one of my mods took your name if you want Scarra on Darker," and I'm like, "Fuck it, I don't need it." Because they saved it for me, but I usually don't. It's whatever. Can I write space? Have spaces? Wait, can I play Warlock? Brooding manipulator of dark magic. Huh? What does that mean? Where you use health to cast your spells? Are they fun? I remember played Bard before, and it was kind of whatever. Fuck. Bard was hilarious, actually. Fuck, someone took Mortimus? You're kidding. Wait, it's not Twitch anymore. You know what? Fuck it. Ah, perfect. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go pee and grab some water, and we'll be playing Darker Darker with a group when I get back. Give me a couple minutes. Okay. Oh, I have to figure out my Baldur's Gate 3 class for my next group. Oh, I have an idea, actually. I have such a good idea. Paladins are the most popular class. I think they're well made. They're like a DPS tank, healer, frontline. Yeah, like you can kind of do whatever you want and just. All right, we're gonna go solo for a little bit, guys. What are these? What are the runes? Do I have a loadout? I haven't played this game in a while, so it's fine. Oh, I just like this region. US West? Oathbreaker's additional content. I heard the fact that I don't know what happens. Don't tell me what happens when someone breaks their oath is so cool. I kind of want to play like if I would love to play Toast class. A throwing warrior looks so funny. Oh, Dark and Darker, you can just get online. You just buy it on the website. It's just not on Steam. Sorry, links are turned off for non subs just as a safety. Wait. Oh my god, wait, what is going on? Wait, do I not have a dagger? How do I not take... Oh, there we go. It's one. Jesus. Baldur's Gate group, a VTuber group? It will have 2 VTubers and me and then a non-VTuber. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I need to warm up. Oh, it will be with Ham and Fumi, actually. So, I don't know what that says about our group, but it's gonna be with them. Oh, game sound. Oh shit, you guys didn't hear. Okay, hold on. I forgot to turn on the thing for the game sound. Sorry. There we go. Guys, only normal tactician. I think we should normal it. Tactician feels like. Think your sense is too high? Well, we'll see. I might turn it down. Tactician isn't that hard, really. Way easier than Divinity? Really? Was Divinity Tactician just like fucking ruthless? With the video so hard it went down. Oh. The thing is, I wouldn't do stupid shit. I'm not even gonna lie. Where am I? All right, no. Give me another one. Another one. Abe, stop watching. I'm warming up. Pow. Is this the default dungeon, and then the other one is the dungeon with the castle? Down the game without play later. Got it. I'm with a group today, so I don't know if I can do it unless it's like pretty late, but I got it. Once they're done fucking, I don't know. I'm waiting for them right now. Baldur's Gate 3 is even easier. I think it's nice to play on lower difficulties for fun. How do I get my torch out? God. Okay. No. Still warm me up. Wait, I didn't even know that room had 3 people in there. What is the deaths coming? Oh my God, that's... I died 232 times in Mario. That's crazy. Huh. Celine, Danny, Janet, Ryan just started. Yeah, I saw Chobo start yesterday. Where is this? Where the fuck am I? The sense is a little too high, by the way. Oh, this is the room with the... I know where I am. Holy fuck. Oh, wow. It took me this many hits, man. How do I take magic damage? How do I take out my torch? 3? Let's see. Okay. If I remember correctly. Okay. I am... What the heck is this shit? Hold on. I remember, if I remember how to do this correctly, should be fine. All right, I'm getting it back. I am getting it back. Which one is the one I didn't loot? It's this one. Okay, guys. Finally. As long as none of these are mimics, I'll be okay. Wait, Ryan's the one who kills everyone? That's so funny. He swings twice? Were these even in the last playtest? Like, what? They constantly die as wizard. That's so... I heard wizard, because they have the lowest AC, they get attacked more, right? Wait. Uh-oh. 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 How do I sheath my weapon? Anyone know? Any knowers? Anyone know? Oh god. Okay. No. God, the second attack being so short is confirmed. Okay. He killed me? Katniss Everdeen killed me with from like 60%? What the hell? I've learned. There's no fucking reason. Oh wait, hold on. There's no reason for me to loot chests. I just need to sit with a poison dagger in a corner somewhere and fucking stab people when they run back. I got it. I've learned. I made a mistake. You're waiting on eggs. Oh, I mean, I might as well just kill stuff here if there's a shrine here, man. What? Leeches? I swear that didn't reach before. Wow. These things extra tanky or what? Did that go forward more than it did in the past? Or am I just crazy? Both hands up and use your turn, okay. Okay, I don't know what Will does. Do rogues do less damage now or what? Like, are the base daggers worse? I swear I killed these things faster. You say you're stop with chest? Yeah, but like I got it this time, you know? +1 magical healing. Cool. They're breaking pots. Don't they take forever, man? Where is it? Did it not drop something? Oh, I guess it can just not drop stuff. I got blocked. I couldn't go around it. Wait, hold on. Let me see what my class skills are. Did they add any? Weak point, cutthroat. Oh, it becomes silence. Interesting. Tumbles in the opposite direction. Wait, that's kind of funny. Wait, there's double jump? That one sounds good. Oh, I thought rogues could double jump without the perk. I saw a lot of rogues double jumping. I was like, oh my god. Double jumping looks broken. Okay, guys. I have to live to at least see like a weapon, right? Okay. This is breakable. Right? Oh god. Please. It's gonna break, don't worry. I really can't break it? I feel like I'm so committed though. There's a gold dagger there? Oh shit. There's always a corpse here, if I remember correctly. Fuck! I thought I'd kill it before he shot the fireball. Oh no. I thought it hurt itself enough with the first fireball. Well, at least I know you can use other skeletons to block it now. May Kappa bless your run. Yeah, this run. I got it. Wait, doesn't it kill itself there? Wow, I almost died to these spiders. Fuck. You rest to get that. Oh shit! How do you rest again? Gee. This is a waste of my time. Oh my god. How long does stealth last? Does anyone know? Oh, I see the timer. Really, did that come in? Fuck! I got stuck on him. Oh, I'm so sad. All right, hold on. Where is eggs? Hold on. Oh, she's getting stuff set up. I got it though. I got it. Solo mode? Yeah, that's for bitches. red one. Oh, something else. They're only reason they're alright is because they drop amulets that are worth a lot. Ow, fuck me. Oh my god, it doesn't work anymore. So it's he killed himself. Free loot. A flute? What can I do with a flute? Song? Did I try? Did I see someone? I did see people. Goodbye. Wait, where is... What the heck? Why did you laugh so quickly?
I was laughing at something before you joined.
Huh.
I named my character Meat Spin 420 because it wouldn't let me name myself Pussy Destroyer 69 anymore.
You couldn't name yourself Pussy Destroyer?
No, apparently it's inappropriate.
Ah.
No fun allowed.
Well, hello,
No fun allowed.
hello.
What-
I've been speedrunning deaths.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Chobo, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the
to
stream.
speed run some more, bro.
Yeah. Get in here. Wait. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna die. Hold up a sec.
Yeah, tell me your name.
TTV Lily Pichu.
There's no shot. There's no shot.
Well, hello, Chobo Raiders. I'm playing
real?
Darker Darker with a VTuber right now.
Chad, is this real?
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're a liar, bro.
What do you mean?
Scarra's chat. Is this real, dude? Stop calling me a horse. What's wrong with your chat?
What do you mean? Stop reading what they're calling you.
Do you know how done. I'm closing that
A horse
shit. Fuck
can't
you
even
guys.
read English, man. Stay character.
Yeah, you right.
Hold
There's
on.
no shot your name is actually Lily Pichu. I'm trying to read that tiny little thing.
Someone took my name.
Someone took your name? Your name is actually Lily Pichu. Hang on.
Bleh. But I hope Chobo enjoyed. Was she playing
Right,
Baldur's Gate 3 today? I saw her play last night. It was really funny.
You're not in the lobby. Right. You're dead.
I'm getting out now.
Alright. An invitation has been sent.
Wait, is your first day?
Yeah.
Oh shit. We're both ready.
Dude, I'm so fucking ready for this. It's not even funny.
Yeah. I spawned, I instantly got one hit. And then I spawned again and died like world record pace.
I love that for you. To spell my name with a lisp? Oh, to get past the censor filter. Oh, that's a good idea. I should have made my name Pussy. Pussy Destroyer. Alright, hang on. I gotta set up a hotkey. So
For
I don't
what?
fucking talk over you.
Oh.
Toggle mute.
Okay, is there anything new that I need to know, guys?
Alright.
The audio's a little loud on the effects.
You ready, Freddy?
I'm
Lettuce
ready.
is apparently Lettuce abandoned us for a second to go play with other people. So he's dead to me.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. I hate lettuce. That's fine. It's a vegetable.
You know,
low
his
tier
username is-
vegetable.
His username is Lettuce Sucks, and it fucking stands true.
Oh. IJT, welcome back for 6 months.
Fuck
Thanks for
that
the sub. They keep saying you're horse gaming. That's fucked up.
Can you ban that person, please?
Yeah, no, for sure. Guys, hide him.
Yeah, fuck that guy, bro. Oh, select server.
Like rupture is, it does flat damage,
Alright.
weak points better. Wait, really?
Please wait, looking for a game. Oh shit.
Okay. I feel like it's so fast. Like I die, I queue up, I'm already in the lobby. And then the game starts. It was really good.
Yeah. I've noticed there's not a lot of wait time this time, like at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep punching me. I'm trying to balance my volume.
Uh-huh.
This shit's
I'm just
so
practicing.
loud. It's Seth Rogen's laugh. You're not a horse. You're.
Is that better?
I don't think that's better. I don't think that's better at all.
I think Seth Rogen's kind of funny. That's not a bad one.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's not a bad one. Don't hit me. What the hell?
I wasn't gonna hit you. Not yet. Hello, brother.
I swear I don't do any damage anymore.
What are you playing? Is that a rogue?
Yeah, I swear they like nerfed the damage.
I just missed 4 times in a row.
Good work, good work.
Good job. We clapped that guy.
Yeah. Ooh, a bandage. Huh?
This guy's getting fucked up. You're right. You do no damage like once so fucking ever.
I know. I almost don't feel like looting. I just rather loot off people, you know?
Ryan.
Like, what's the point of hitting stuff when you can hit people?
You know, Wait, do you know when they're adding VoIP back to this game?
Is it not in?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, they take it out?
Wait, Chad, did they put it back in?
Wait.
Is it?
They said within a
still
couple
out?
of weeks.
In a couple of weeks. Okay. They're working hard on VoIP. We're slaving away at the VoIP function.
Here's a Warlock class now. I have not tried it.
Don't you have to pay for those classes?
Well, like, just by getting the game, you get 5 things anyways. So, like,
Oh, okay.
I would just, you know...
Oh, I got a pretty little crown. And a
Oh.
stabby little knife. It's slightly better.
Oh, my me just get shot at?
You're fine. Yeah, they're working in the mic mines. Scarra, watch out!
Hey, we own.
We're clean, bro. We're clean with it.
A golden tooth? I've never seen this before.
Can't put that on. Wait, a golden tooth?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
took his dental implant? What's wrong with you?
I mean, it better sell for a lot, man. I need some money.
I'm fucking broke, bro.
I am actually broke.
I'm grave robbing crowns.
Hold on. I sense a disturbance.
Fuck him up.
I wish I could kill real mosquitoes this easily. They just approach me in a specific angle.
And you just stab him to death?
Yeah, I swear.
As opposed to just smacking him?
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck it up!
Wow, you do damage.
I smack a little bit, you know? I got a better axe
Ooh.
on that skeleton, so...
Oh, there's a buckler in here. I'm good.
There's 2 little stinky guys.
Nope.
I hate
don't
this
wanna
corridor
alarm you, but
so
our
much.
thing is on its way.
Our thing? Oh shit, yeah it is. Hang on. Oh, I'm getting fucked up. Oh, brother, I'm running. I don't know where I'm running to. Where are we going?
Oh, I'm running in.
Excuse me. I'll just walk with the hordes. Score, I'm dead.
Oh, that's unfortunate because I'm about to be dead. Oh. Oh, you know what? I'm level 3. Perfect.
Thank fucking God.
I am ready. Then I can get double jump and all these cool stuff later. Wait, hold on. Let me see what I can get later.
Wait, there are skills now? Wait, what?
Well, I mean, like
You
every
could
5
double
levels, you could get new stuff, you know?
Oh, right. This shit. I thought you meant the training, like,
Okay.
skill tree was
I almost
in place
want
now.
to. Almost want to say I should just take poison weapon because I don't see myself doing damage otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah, poison's probably good.
Yeah, I didn't know what joke. I apparently like Rogue has a new thing that's like, oh, I'm a jokester. I'm a funny guy. Everyone gets +2 stats in my party. That's like the perk. I'm like, what?
It's a good little perk.
Yeah,
I
for
think.
you. What about me?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't give a shit about you, man, but if it helps me. I'll take that any day, bro.
So how's it been, Eggs?
Yeah, it's been good.
Have you been playing any Tarkov wipe?
Fuck no. I said I was gonna play Tarkov yesterday. I booted everything up, and then I just launched into TF2 instead. It was a way better time.
Oh. I'm not
I
gonna
only
lie.
got called 6 slurs.
I think I'm permanently not playing Tarkov anymore. Until something big changes.
Okay, well they implemented more stuff. Like now there's actual like end game shit or whatever. I don't know, but the sound doesn't work though. So
well, that seems kind of important.
they didn't fix the sound at all, bro. They pushed out an update and people couldn't play. Wait, what? When did that happen? I thought, aren't people playing it right now?
I would, where are we?
Spawned in the farthest corner of the map.
You hit me.
No, I didn't.
I'm not gonna say that was painful. Oh.
You're imagining things again.
Oh God. My therapist would agree. I don't have a therapist actually. I need to get a therapist.
I don't go to a doctor. I feel like it's better when you raw dog your mental illness. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that sounds like something that is not good.
No, look at me. I'm doing great.
Hold on, I'm trying to. I should have told you I was trying to aggro this stuff into the traps, but instead I got stuck on something next to me and jumped into 2 spike traps and insta-killed myself.
Yeah? What is that? Why was it? I just walked over every fucking trap I could.
You know what? You might as well walk in some more.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take a little... I'm gonna take a little detour.
You were not the first team killed.
There's no shot we didn't.
Unlucky.
What fucking idiots died faster than us?
That's very unlucky.
We call that a pro gamer move. Can we run it back?
Yeah, run it back.
I love how quick the lobbies are.
Yeah, they're super quick. Good improvement.
Yeah, unironically, probably the best improvement that they've made. Adding more players to the game. Oh gosh, can you believe it? I'm playing with DTTV Lily Peach.
Yeah. You know, she's a little clumsy at times.
She's just a little silly, quirky, you know? Scarra's just spectating and voicing over for her. Any of these mistakes, they're not his, right?
True.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, we are.
I was about to say, where the fuck is that medieval music playing from? But I forgot I had medieval Eminem in the background. I thought I was going insane.
I'm at a Y2K playlist thing right now. That hit me? What? It's pretty good.
It's got a better hand. I bought the $50 edition. Shouldn't I be a skeleton or something?
Oh yeah, you could be a skeleton.
I have to equip that?
Yeah. I could get a bone? Huh?
I could get a... You could get a bone? Fuck him up. Oh, he's bad.
Oh, we gotta go to the third one. Don't worry, I'll secure the loot. Haha, nice pretty diamond. See, diamonds are a man's best friend. Ooh, another diamond. You can take that one. I haven't seen another. I mean, I've not interacted with another player in a meaningful way.
I don't think they're real. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think there's a single other person playing this game besides us. Everybody else is bots. Everybody else.
Oh, don't we have to crouch here? Yes, we do. I remember.
It's coming back to me. I know
all
where I am.
coming back to me. Have you played Baldur's Gate 3?
I have.
What do you
Have
think?
you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I think it's like the best game I've played in like a long time.
I think it's pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, I feel like I'm on my medieval arc. Dark and darker, Baldur's
play
Gate.
pants. Oh yeah, yeah. Dude, Baldur's Gate 3 is so good. I'm like starting another campaign with people.
Yeah, Baldur's is definitely super fucking fun. Super fucking fun. I feel like if anybody likes D&D even a little bit, they've enjoyed the game.
Oh, please don't shoot me. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow.
Alright, where are we going?
I'm gonna take this Shrine of Protection and protect myself.
Alright. Die.
You do damage. Why don't I do damage?
Because you're a little pussy bitch boy.
Huh? Ooh.
You heard me.
What's in here? Nothing. Cool.
Beautiful.
I guess we can go this way.
Alright.
Me trying to figure out where to go. Oh god, I don't have a torch anymore. I tried to pick them up.
Oh, I have a torch. Yeah, I do.
No way it hit me from like behind it.
Bro's got the swing on him, 3,000. That's my favorite. That's how I kill all my teammates. Oh, he had moldy bread. Delicious.
Did I just hear something to my right? Oh, that's an out, an exit.
Yeah, it's a portal.
Excellent. I'm resting.
You're about to get stinked on, bro.
What for you?
If the stink cloud is coming towards you.
Oh, oh god, you're right. Oh god.
Just gotta reach.
Okay. I'll be honest, I don't really have enough loot to want to leave.
I gotta pop this portal in case we need to like emergency run back to it, but yeah.
Someone's gonna steal it.
Okay, they can have it. They can run like little pussy.
Okay, they're not here.
I'm fine.
Are they here? Well, this is just where we were, but like the opposite side.
Okay.
Oh, you portal good XP. Oh, it's experience.
Alright. I haven't even heard
Ow! I
anything.
accidentally hit. Oh no. Okay, we could escape, or we could look for others. This feeling that I'm gonna die to someone here. Could just be the enemies, it could be. I would maybe choose to loot everything and go to the portal. We could call it a successful heist. Sorry, these class. I'm a bitch. Hey, we did it. Okay.
Oh, I fucking muted. God.
Well
Can't believe we
done.
both got
That's a
live.
dub.
No issues.
That's a dub for both of us.
It was so clean, so easy, man. All you. Here, let me throw this shit in the inventory.
Let me go see. Hold on. I think I just need level 5, and then I can actually do more damage.
Okay. Right back then.
I think.
Just duck my punch.
Yeah.
Oh, slick with it. God damn.
Yeah, that's how I duck everyone. I'm just weaving.
It's a shame the enemies aren't as stupid as I am.
Oh, true. They're fucking high IQ.
Right.
Oh, this is a fun room.
This is my favorite room.
Yeah, I like starting this room.
Ow! Fuck that guy.
Hold on, I'm gonna throw one of these so I can see.
Yo, was that skull always there, or is that new?
What skull?
You see the giant
That is
fucking
definitely
skull?
new. That is definitely new.
Very ominous.
Kinda cool though.
Is there lore to Dark and Darker?
Oh, get the fuck out of the kids. I don't know. That's all I got.
I one-shot these guys. Holy shit.
I two-shot these guys. It's just these are the weakest enemies I can kill. Thank God.
Did they buff barbarians? I feel like I didn't used to one-shot them.
I don't think they buff barbs, but I have no idea.
Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ, it's a mimic. I can't see shit. Die. Get away from me. Yo, this thing is fucking mean.
Oh, I have to press space bar. Oh yeah, I'm all the way. Oh, never mind.
Ooh.
We got 2 straight. I hope that works.
I got a good ass sword.
Oh?
This bitch is like, I mean, this bitch is like 45 compared to 35.
I definitely had a lockpick and I failed the thing.
Did you? That's crazy.
I didn't know you had to press spacebar, so just watch it do a circle, and I didn't get it. Very unfortunate, I have to say.
Bro just observed the QuickTime event. He was like, okay.
Is it better? Oh, is it really? 18? Oh shit, you right. Alright, where do I go? We shall go this way. Oh, this room is kind of...
This one's not that bad.
The mage, we get to bait it, I think.
Nah, watch this. Ow. Oh, Scarra, I lied. This room's pretty bad. Hey, fuck him, stab him in the head.
I just saw you take the fire. Oh, there's a sword on the ground. I just dropped it. Right there.
I ate that fireball, bro. I need like a band B.
If you need that, whatchamacallit? The sword right there. It's not bad.
There's Wheelhander. Alright, I got a bandy.
Oh, that sword is, I hit everyone with that.
That's the knee sweeper. I'm gonna close this door.
Oh, there's plate boots. Do you wear plate?
Actually, I don't know.
Drop these. I think those are good. +2 weapon damage? That sounds good.
Wait, no, I can't wear the plated boots.
Just hold on to it.
Alright. Got a candelabra.
Oh. Oh wait, hold on. There's a secret to this. Where is it?
Can, however, wear this helmet. Where did you go? I went down this way.
You know how they get downstairs to the chest? That's where I went. Okay, well, there's also 3 people in there. Wait. Huh?
Catch me!
Huh?
I stepped on the spike trap.
What?
I don't know, man.
Oh, luckily, hold on.
Res me.
I remember where the res is. It's literally the room we started.
Oh, right. You can actually do that. Shit. Actually, res me. Pick me up. Please.
I forgot where it was, though. Oh, it's back
Right there.
here. Wow. This takes me forever. Okay, my HP is gonna take a beating here, but it's worth it.
You're fine. We'll be fine. We'll make a quick little beeline right back over there. I'm definitely not gonna die.
Are you gonna be full life when I res you?
No. No. I'm gonna run.
Yeah, just run. I think it doesn't do that much damage.
Oh.
Okay.
That was a little
Okay,
rough.
don't die to the. Oh. So I have no pots.
Wait, how do you quick loot again?
I just right click stuff.
Right click. Right.
I'll open this and hope that. Oh, there's a heal. There's a team in front of us. Oh, good lord.
Oh. Okay. All right.
No,
Here's what we do.
They don't see us.
Here's what we do.
They don't see us. They don't see us. Oh, they see
What
us.
if?
They see us. They see us.
What
They
if?
see us.
Hear me out. Hear me out. What if we leave? What if we run as fast as we can the other way?
The other side?
Yeah. Oh wait, I can't. Shit, I'm gonna die the second I step into the storm. Yeah. Okay.
There's one archer here. We have to kill.
Alright.
There's one person close. I think we kill him.
Okay.
Open
For
it.
sure. Run at him. He's not gonna know what hit him. Oh!
Oh my god, freely. Our first kill. Okay, oh wait, he's a campfire. Oh my god, we can rest.
We should probably get a little closer into the...
Like here?
Wait, I can full heal myself. Hang on.
Yeah, we
We just gotta kill this guy. Oh shit, Scarra, storm. We gotta go.
I'm one hit!
Oh.
Oh, perfect.
Maybe I get out in time? Nope. We folded that one guy.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. That's all that really matters. You know, we're level 2. Perfect.
We're so good. We're so good, bro.
Wait, does this give me
It just
2?
gets easier from here.
Does Jokester also give me 2 to all stats, by the way? Because I might just take it next. I feel like +2 to stats means I do 2 more damage, right?
Alright.
Do y'all
If you
have
ever need a
jokes?
break or anything, let me know, because I just keep running it back.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Alright.
It must. Is it the highest damage I can get? That's not. 10% more dagger physical damage doesn't sound
I stay running it
better,
back.
right? If I'm like full naked, +2 stats, probably better. How do I see my stats, man? Should it increase the physical? Oh, it increases the percentage of damage, not like a flat. Oh, Between that and dagger mastery, which one does more damage? I think it'd probably take +2 anyways, because it increases my teammates' damage. Ooh, where are we? There's a trap there.
We're in the catacombs, my boy. I missed again. Die. Why? Won't you die?
Ooh, what is this? Oh, it's max health constraint. Here, you take this.
There.
Take the leg.
I got a dirty shirt.
Okay.
You could say I'm kind of swagged up. You know what I mean?
No, don't ever say that.
I'm kind of swagged up right now.
We go this way, I guess, but Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Going the other way. I'm going the other way. Oh, I may have griefed you. It's okay. We go this way.
That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
Well, no. I just found out that there was no way I could go that way.
You're so fucked up.
Huh?
Alright. I closed the door.
Oh, this way sucks. But like, we could do it. Nice headshot.
Clean, you know?
Ooh, it's definitely this. Oh.
I'm standing. I'm stuck in my inventory. Wait.
Oh, it's not this way. This is just a secret chest. This way. Duck. Fuck, I got distracted by a mosquito. Yeah, we live life on the edge. No big deal. What's that healing potion? Thank God. Please don't be a big.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck me.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck me.
No, you got that healing potion. You're fine.
I can only get one auto attack.
Alright, I'm fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah?
Alright, watch this. I get out.
It's two, man.
This is so fucked up.
That's what I'm saying.
This is so fucked
That's
up.
what I'm saying.
There's no way.
Oh.
There's no way it was back to back.
You know, at the very least, we killed that one guy. 1v2, he didn't swing back. I'm gonna hold that. That's my peak for the day. I peaked.
Yeah, as he was crumbled in the corner.
Yeah, like literally,
crouched.
I beat up a kid today.
You could tell he was a role player. He was over there like, please read my body language. Please don't kill me, please.
Yeah, and I was like, fuck you, kid. Not pushes him into the locker. Yeah, you reminds you of high school, huh? Pushes him again.
This feel familiar, nerd? Huh? Oh, look at him tremble. He's mad because you dissed his waifu.
Dude, that's probably me, man. I was the one getting pushed.
I was about to say, I feel like you're projecting.
I just know how it feels really well, okay?
It's a cycle of pain. I have to take it out on other people.
Exactly.
It happened to me. I beat up a kid today. Scarra 2023.
I mean, dude, they deserve it, man. Who else is gonna beat them up? We live in a generation where kids aren't beating their kids as much as they were before. I have to make up for it. An entire generation I have to make up for.
100%. 100%. You know, that's a base take. You know, kids aren't getting abused nearly as much nowadays as they should be.
Whoa, I never said that. I'm just saying, like, you know.
What did you say then, buddy?
What did I say? Oh, we have to kill right behind us. We get hit as many times as we want.
No, my name's not Lily Pichu. This Scarra's name. I chose the proud name of my lineage. Meat Spin 420.
Uh-huh. Dude, is there a chest up the other? Yeah, there's a chest up the other side, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
We've been here before. We know the drill.
Same old song and dance. I will say, it's not quite the same without you playing that same bard tune over and
I'm
over
down
again.
to run it back.
When Lettuce gets here, run that shit back. Run that shit back.
You play this game solo, you
Give it
can,
a meat
but
spin 1 through 419. Don't ask.
Ooh, a ruby.
I thought I smacked you. I did not.
Oh, I would yell if you did. Please don't be a mimic. Woo! I drop a felly axe if you want on the ground here. It's under
Hell
the robe. There we
Hell
go.
yeah. Fuck. It's under a lot of them. Give me this shit. I like this axe more. Its swing time is.
Oh
way
yeah,
less.
felly axe is so nice.
Die, pussy boy.
Oh, a ring. Ooh, agility. That's literally my entire class is just the billion agility.
Look at me, a speedy little boy.
Yeah, I would not play solo, by the way. Like, nice kill. Good work, me lord. Where is it? Where is this stupid thing? Oh, is there no thing here? Oh, there is. It's over there.
Over where?
I think it's in front of us. Or maybe there's not. Ooh.
Alright, Grandpa.
I can barely remember.
I don't know where I am. I don't know how I got here. I keep waking up and every time it just gets darker.
You should open the door and bark.
I think my life bar just disappeared.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, hold on. I have to bandage up real quick.
There's a heal in that other room. We could backtrack real fast
Nah, it's
before the
fine.
storm's here.
Someone,
I don't look
wait,
backwards.
Someone looted this. Someone's here. Went this way. They went this way.
God, I wish there was VoIP.
Oh, there's someone here. They looted this stuff. They went this way. Oh, I see the open door. Oh my god, I can taste our fucking win.
Oh, this is gonna be easy, bro. This is gonna be easy.
They're definitely going through here. They definitely went through here. I think they went through here. Left or right? Right? Fuck, I'm directionally challenged.
Yeah.
I don't think it's here.
Typical male.
I'm too much of a macho man to ask for directions.
Yeah, how come you don't ask the skeletons where we're supposed to be going, buddy?
They're right here. They're right here. Oh my.
All right, you run back. I'll sit right here. They're not gonna know I'm right here. All right.
It's 3. We're good though. We got this.
Easily, 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 easily. Just taunting him.
Ow! He fucking threw a fireball at me.
Alright, alright, alright.
Well, he casted 3. I think he hit himself on the other one.
Alright.
Oh, that's a warlock spell.
Alright, retreat a little bit and see if they follow you out.
I'm just gonna rest.
Alright, good idea.
They are very close.
I don't know if they're gonna push in on us.
I don't think so.
I think they know. They know that we're better. They're so scared right now.
Wait, they're here on my side over here.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, they're not.
No,
That's
no,
another.
there's
That's
another
another group
team.
of people. All right, quick. We've got time for a meeting to deliberate. Where are we going?
Oh, he tried to hit me. Oh no, I think we beat them up.
All right.
Oh shit! Wait, can you even?
I'm intimidating. Okay, here's what we do, right? We aggro this team and then we run towards the other team.
Oh.
Right?
Okay.
Right? All right.
Wait. Do you want to do that or me?
I got it.
There's someone here. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh.
Full-plated man.
Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ. Hello. Don't fight me. Fight these other scoundrels. Oh God. They're swinging on me. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Give me Meg VoIP. I want to scream for my life.
Yeah.
Give me back VoIP.
Where is it? Okay. All right. Next one.
That's crazy. My Mangekyo Sharingan said that wasn't gonna work. I just pulled us back to reality. We run it back. This is a real run. Right, Shirley. right.
Too bad the
I'm not coping.
Mangekyo Sharingan is only the second most powerful eye.
Oh God.
Ugh.
God, imagine knowing anything about Naruto, you fucking nerd.
What do you mean? It's just it's like learning world history. Ow!
I'm sorry.
Oh!
I'm just gonna punch these fucking nerds up, bro.
Wow, this guy has a far swing.
I just shanked his ass so goddamn fast. Oh, he's got a little 9-9 Betty Bye cap in on him. He's right though. Don't be on Scarra's side. What the fuck?
Yeah, I thought you were the loser, man.
Oh, what do you mean by that? What do you think? You think I'm a loser because I have 4 shelves on my bookshelf for Naruto figurines? Huh?
Yes. Who's your favorite Naruto character?
It's Naruto.
Okay, yeah, that's what I think. Okay.
Date Bayo, it's my ninja way. I'll become the next Okage. Shank that guy.
Oh my god. Oh, it's a loot. Oh.
Oh.
Wait, do you watch with subs or dub? This is very important.
Well, I watched with subs. Dubs only went to season 4.
Oh.
I don't know why they stopped the dubs. Oh god, he's got a big boy sword. They stab him in the head. Die! Who's your favorite Naruto character?
Scarra. Actually, no, not even a lie, it was Rock Lee. I think when I was a kid,
Okay,
like, Rock Lee was everyone's favorite growing up.
Yeah. No, I agree. Rock Lee fucks. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Break the spawner! Sorry. Didn't mean to yell.
We just have to not get hit with the first one.
Okay, alright. Now, gang up on his ass. Wow!
Close enough.
That's pretty good.
Hold on, let me use my Genjutsu. I found the secret door.
Oh my god. He used lever no jutsu. Holy shit.
Wait, how do we do this? Hold on. Wait, I can't even open this because I have a lockpick. So it's actually useless.
Oh. I've been baited. I've been bamboozled. I've been absolutely.
Here's a healing potion.
Thank you, my good lord. Finally, I may get to live another day.
Oh. You're here to here? To here to here. Wait, I fucking got hit with.
They're villainous. Oh, they suck. They suck. They suck.
Run back a little bit over there. Oh.
Okay. All right. I'm retreating. I'm going into the book hole.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, there's one here. There's two. Okay, I'm gonna go for the archer. In now.
I hit him in the head.
Oh, there's two archers.
Oh. That's so fucked up. The guitar.
Dude, my chat.
Would you like me to play a little bardic tune for you, Scarra?
Yeah, tell me a fantasy novel.
Once upon a time, there was a streamer.
Mm-hmm. Kiba had two fights at one
This
last
guitar is really out of tune, and I don't know how to play it. I'm putting it down.
Oh. Dude, my chat's talking about Kiba now and how he's shit.
Who?
Kiba, exactly.
Oh, Kiba's a little fucking bitch, dude. I swear to God.
Dude, his superpower was getting his dog bigger and redder.
I use dog no jutsu.
Actually, the bug guy was cool. Who was that?
Shino.
Shino. It was Shino. And then
Shino?
You're a fake fan. You couldn't look at your 4 shelves of figurines?
I don't. Wait, was the bug guy's name Shino? Am I an idiot?
Yeah, Shino. Shino was the bug. Who are you trying?
No, that's who I was trying to think of. I just forgot. Okay, listen, it's a whole plot in the anime that everybody forgets he even exists. Okay, so
Wait.
I'm just, you know, I'm in character.
Well,
Painfully, so.
I mean, like, yeah, he's a strategical expert.
I like the wood guy.
Oh, I wish. Did Neji ever get anything cool in Shippuden?
Yeah, he got to die.
Stop. I mean,
it was pretty cool.
I feel like, yeah, like Neji and Hina had awesome powers, but I don't really get to see them too much.
Well, you know, there's lore behind that, right? Like originally the Hyuga clan was supposed to be a way bigger part of the story, but he just dipped on it. He was like, nah, never mind.
Whoops.
Never mind. Just to fuck these guys, they're not real. So, Lettuce, are you joining? What? Lettuce DM me 4 times. Are you getting in?
Shino was not a strategy expert. Was he not? I thought he was the strategical expert for his team. Shino strategy expert.
I always forget the name of the dog.
Naruto.
Oh, we were just shit talking him.
Okay.
Shino.
I feel like he kind of was like the leader.
Now I'm fucked up. Now I'm fucked up. All right, you ready to run it back?
Yeah. Now I'm trying to think about this story. Do you watch Boruto?
I've watched every single fucking episode except for the last 10.
Oh, it gets better, right?
It's bad.
Oh.
No, it's bad, bro. It's getting better.
Oh.
It's getting better.
I heard that it's just like a story of technology meets ninjutsu.
It really is, like 100%. It's just, what is ninjas in the modern world?
Oh.
Although Boruto's starting to get cool. He's got like an eyeball thing going on now.
Yeah, I hear they time skipped or something, so he's like older.
Yeah, I haven't watched it since the last filler arc that made me want to rope myself. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I heard the filler arcs are not good. I was
No, they're really
reading
bad.
and I was like, wait, this isn't the anime. It's just skip like so much.
Yeah. The prison thing. The prison thing sucked. That was so lame. I didn't even realize I had watched every episode of Boruto. Didn't even realize. It was like 250 episodes, too.
250?
And I think there were 7 episodes that had plot in it.
Oh.
It's slice of life ninja anime. It's not horrible, but you know.
Oh my god.
Oh, you are fuck. Where's this guy's body? What? Did he just die in like the material? Oh.
Huh?
Couldn't see him. I'm blind.
Can we kill that mage without dying? I mean, you can just aggro it, it like shoots itself, I think.
We bait this skeleton over here. We jump his ass, right?
Yeah.
And then we go for the mage.
Oh my god. Wait, I didn't know I needed to sidestep. Oh shit, this skeleton's got hands.
What an interesting little conniption that we just encountered, isn't it?
There perhaps is a problem.
I mayhaps have gotten my ass fucking beaten.
Okay.
All right, watch this. I'm leaving.
Okay. Yeah, you'd surely be safe in that room.
Surely. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good here. Yeah, I'm good here.
Okay, parkour.
Never seen jukes like this before. Hang on.
Oh, they're blocking you.
What? Door stuck!
Oh, you're good.
I'm good.
And now you're next to a heal? No, that's great. No, you're using life for your heal to be more effective. And it's right here. Perfect.
Come here.
This is...
I had so much to live for.
Yeah. Not that much to live for.
You know, if you stood between the axes, they could have fought for you. Fuck, you're right.
Oh.
Oh.
I feel like I suck, but it's okay.
No.
Cue it up.
I think you're doing great. Personally, I commend you for your valiant efforts and your attempt, because that's about all you got. What's up? You're so quiet.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at something on my other monitor. Someone sent me something. I got distracted. I apologize.
Okay.
I swear you're funny.
Guy. I swear, streamer. I swear, I thought it was funny. I swear.
Oh, I watched it through there.
Oh, I nearly fucking bonked you again. Die, you wretched whore.
Oh, thank God. We did it.
This is dirty, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
That bitch was strong. All right. Where do we want to go?
Well, I want to take this oak chest.
Why don't you have any pants on, Scar?
Wait, I thought. Oh, okay. Well, now I have pants on. Yo, stop looking.
So, your legs were out, bro.
Yo, we gotta kill that dude.
Right. Oh, by axe. You hit the ceiling. Oh my God.
Did you hit me or did they hit me?
No. They're fucking us up. He's got the long swing. He's got the long stabber. Brother, I don't think we're going to make it through the night.
Oh, we're gonna make. He turned around. I didn't even hit him.
You know, I'll go down with you. Don't worry about it. So, we're good. We're gonna just run that one back.
We're gonna just Okay, I am. Okay. How do I know how close I am to the next level? Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay, that's fine. That's no problem. Like one thing away. Yeah, Rogue seems kind of hard early.
All right. We run it back. We get you leveled up this time, surely. All right. It's our ninja way.
Date by yo.
Yeah, I feel like Rogue just got like nerfed. Rogue was so strong last time.
Yeah.
Did they change anything else? Like, did they buff or nerf other shit? I'm sure they did.
I think they did, but I didn't play. I didn't even play much of the last play test.
I didn't get to really either.
What room is this? Oh, it's a free chest. I don't really like this room. We'll go the other way.
There's some potions down there, though.
Yeah, that's a bait.
They want you to go down there for those. Kind of sounds like your grandpa before he died.
Ooh. Okay, got a free chest. This could be a weapon. It's a shadow hood. Oh, it's nothing useful except for the hood.
Okay.
This is the boss?
We could take the boss, surely.
Wait, I don't know if there's a boss. That's not a boss. You can loot that. Okay, I'll loot that. Oh, an emerald. I'm rich. We kind of need to go toward the center, but it's like kind of awkward how this stuff. Okay, I think it's fine. We just kill this room, right?
Yeah. Oh, ow. They have hands. Ah! Jesus Christ, their swing is long. Alright.
Okay. Whew. Whew. Falcon. That guy looks like he's gonna hurt.
Surely not. Oh!
Yeah.
Ow. Alright. I lied.
Okay, we just go this way.
There's gotta be a health fountain somewhere, right?
Yeah, just let me memorize the 6 layouts of the map.
Yeah. Get right on it.
I think I hate you there too. Fuck.
It's alright.
Oh, there's a sword
I'm used to
here.
getting stabbed by my friends.
Okay, I think we have to go this away. This away.
This way.
Oh my god, I got a fucking sword.
Alright.
Wait, I don't have a... It's fine, I guess. Wait, someone's here.
God, we
They're
are
literally
just
right
rats
there.
right now, aren't we?
They're literally right in front of us. You see them?
I do. Is it just one of them?
Yeah, it looks like it. You might just go.
Yeah, let's fucking kill him. Come here, pussy boy. What? Where'd he go?
You don't think he's stealthed, right?
Surely none.
Did he go back? I didn't see him go back to the same thing. Did you think he did?
I didn't hear him open or close the door.
I have a feeling
You just start fucking stabbing. Just start swinging.
He's here. He's right in front. I think. Front to the left? On this right.
Hey, we know balls. But what is he closing every door behind him?
Yeah, I think he is.
Storm is there.
Is he really not here?
I don't hear him at fucking all.
I think he's in this room. See any bats die? Yeah, they're right there. They're right there.
Oh, there's a feller. But what if I shake my head violently and I'm like, no, don't do it. No, I'm but a boy. Yeah, I'm running too. Fuck this. Close the door.
We're right this way.
Skedaddle. Oh god, they're coming.
Oh god. Oh, this is not how I thought our run would go. We're gonna keep running.
They're terrifying. They're terrified of us. They see how quickly we close these doors. They're petrified.
Oh yeah.
They're quaking in their boots, bro.
I have a torch, so we have to. Oh, this is. I don't know if there's a trap in front of me, so I'm really. Oh, there is one. Fuck. Oh, fuck.
I'm dead. I'm not gonna make it.
Well, you know, that is a free torch.
Easy ups, bro. Easy ups.
God.
What'd you say when we were playing Tarkov? Trickle down. It's trickle down.
Yeah, trickle down economics.
Surely.
Yeah, but watch this.
Alright, I'm watching. I'm perceiving. I don't know how you're supposed to get around all those traps. I think you're just supposed to tank damage there.
Yeah, no, you're supposed to throw a thing on it.
It won't like fucking double jump off the goddamn wall?
Yeah, apex it. There's at least someone right here. Alright, don't worry. I'm gonna kill someone, take their stuff, and escape. Whew.
Yeah, you could turn those lights out. You know that, right?
Oh, right. I did forget something. It's okay. We're just, we're just gonna chill, relax, talk about our favorite times, our favorite moments.
Yeah, you got a show you're watching right now.
Oh,
there's an escape right next to
I
you.
don't have a show. I'm playing I haven't watched anything recently that I'm like, wow. Do you think that's a red?
No, I think it's probably a blue. Surely
Where
it's
is
blue.
it?
It's no, it's past that door. I'm pretty sure. I think it was just in the other room.
Fuck him up! Fuck him up! Stab him in his dick! Get up!
Oh my, I had no life, man.
What happened to you?
I had no, he bled me out. Oh, I want to know how low he was. Oh, he left. He left instantly.
He said goodbye.
Thanks.
Alright. But you leveled up, so you won, right?
I
in the
did
end?
win. Hold on. Is it double jump or is it? I think it's double jump. Okay, I got it. I have the ability to jump twice.
Alright.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm like
so you can
a
like straight up double jump now?
Yeah.
Alright, let me see it. What the fuck?
They had this last thing. Rogue can double jump, but you have to use like one of your perks.
It's so fucking goofy, bro.
Yeah, you have to look in the skies for me. Bird,
You're
I'm
so
playing hell
bouncy.
no. Height sucks. Yeah, maybe I just exchange it for expose or something. Because like right now I'm kind of
Tried the other
lacking
maps
damage.
yet? No. Have you, Scarra?
What?
The other maps?
I haven't tried it. There's another one that's a little bit harder, and then there's another one that's like the high roller. And then there's.
I was about to say, I know there's the high roller and the single player. I didn't know there was another.
It's the they decided to put the castle, I think, in a separate area.
Ah. Okay.
Hey, maybe she's fucking.
Double jump him, Scarra. Use your abilities.
Wait, you actually.
Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Good job.
So I'm at 30% life.
Okay, so we'll find you a little healing totem. We'll get you all fixed up.
Oh, maybe not this way. Fuck this way.
I say we go this way. I'm done.
I missed all my things.
Yeah.
Oh my
he's
god.
swung twice. He swung twice.
Oh my god. I hit the stone, like I hit the AoE from the skeleton, and
There's no shot you're dead again.
lower the sense a little bit.
Alright.
Maybe double jump is too powerful for someone like me. It's Kenny, man. What about for 21 months? 637.
You're just too strong, bro. The game can't. Oh, I rubber banded weird there. That goes to nowhere. Where am I going? On the road again?
Oh, you can rest me here.
I sure can. Alright.
No problem.
Alright, avast you bitches. I must save my friend. You see, he has a learning disability.
It's fatal, I presume.
It's terminal. Oh god. Please, 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 please.
Oh. He's hard, yeah, but like, it's crazy.
Okay.
Oh my.
Alright, see. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
The room is not clear, but you know, take my heart anyways. Keep it close.
Where's your heart? There it is.
Wait, you strip me like that too? What the heck?
What do you mean by that?
Are there archers on the pillars here, or am I thinking something else?
I don't know. We're fine. I need what? I need more health to use the shrine.
Oh, you need health?
Wait, what?
Wait, how much? Wait,
Since when?
I have no idea. It's fine. Just find a healing thing.
What if I just rest for a second?
Oh, it takes 30% of your HP. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Wait, why does it do that? Resing is already so hard. It's like a fucking 15-second channel, man.
That's rough. That's new, right?
I don't know.
That's gotta be new. Surely I've rezzed homies with like a single health before. It's always been like no shot.
It's so weird. I wanna say my name, say my name. Told you I'm useful. Yeah, it's OP.
So, how are you?
So I'm doing good.
Fantastic. I'm so happy for you.
Guys, as a heads up, I'm gonna start playing League of Legends soon. I understand you might think this is coming
out
out of
easier for me to die.
out of left field, but just there's a reason, and I'll tell you soon. But I have to start playing solo queue. Yeah, like actual League. Unsubscribe? Come on. I watched Danny so different. Oh my god, it's time.
Okay. Right. Equip the soul. Get him.
If this thing moves toward you and we are gonna be in trouble. When's the last time you played
Surely
League
the
solo?
skeleton that is staring
for longer
directly
than
at
a
us
day?
will not notice
I don't
us.
know, like 2 years, 3 years? TFT only? What?
Surely, right?
If he notices me, I am so fucked. He just one taps me off the rip.
Surely that won't happen.
We have to run.
Alright. He's looking the other way. Book it. Back to your body. Quick.
My stuff. I'm naked.
Alright, we're good.
Yeah, hell yeah, we're so back.
We are so fucking back, bro.
Oh fuck.
Just run. Just
Don't worry, I
run.
can double jump.
Alright.
Wait, I didn't want to go through this side though, but do we have to?
Yeah, we do.
What if I just run past?
Probably a good idea. I'm stuck. I'm fine. We're good. Keep boogieing.
How do we get up from here? Up here. Are you behind me? I'm not even up here.
Yeah.
Perfect. Someone's here. Someone. He's right here. They're right here. Wait, where did he go?
Oh, I escaped, bro. Don't worry about it.
Oh, you escaped.
Yeah. I got out. Sorry, didn't mean to leave you.
Does he know I invis in this spot?
He's not a knower. He has no idea. Fuck him up. 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 Alright, now you just gotta get these 3 guys and you're good.
Surely I didn't get hit with something that bleeds me, right?
Surely.
No. The
Oh,
little
look at you!
mosquito
You got the
thing.
quick escape too.
Yeah,
Nice.
wow.
Good job, buddy.
Okay, maybe
Nice.
okay. Let me change up my stuff a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let me maybe take off this double jump. Structure is slightly better, is it really? Perfect. Alright.
Alright, are we running back?
Yeah, we run it back.
Alright.
Don't worry, I have Jokester. So you get +2 to all your attributes for free.
Oh my god, for free?
Yeah, for free.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
That's definitely gonna help next time when we get swarmed by people and just fall over and bleh.
Yeah. Surely it'll assist.
Yeah,
Surely
but you guys
it'll
are excited to
assist.
see me play League, right? I'm like giga washed. It's gonna be a struggle to hit
Are
masters.
you running
I think.
prediction for these?
Do I have a what?
Are you running predictions for these?
No, that is
Okay.
someone. That is one of my mods. Because my chat loves to gamble.
I meant the royal you, but yeah, okay. Alright, believers, listen to me. Now's the time. Alright. Put all your points in. We're getting out, okay?
I just took 80% of my life.
Believers? Believers, put all your points in.
He turned? Wait, it was so dark I didn't see him turn. Oh god.
You're
Okay.
fucking kidding.
Okay.
Fucking kidding me.
Okay.
You're
Alright.
fucking kidding me, bro. You're fucking.
Okay.
Please say JK, bro. Please say JK.
JK.
Bro, okay. Alright, I'm gonna res you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Which way is the resing room? This way, I'm pretty sure.
The only res room I know is in. I don't know how to look at the map. Can I look at the map when I'm dead? I cannot.
Can you look at the map on Google?
Nah, you got it. It's definitely not where you're running to, I think. Well, I only know the bat room.
That's what I was thinking.
But there might be something like over here.
Oh, hey, stop it. Alright.
I mean, this might be though. Oh wait.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Oh, you are.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh, you're rather tanky.
Hey, don't even worry about it, man. Why does the spider have protection? What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Oh, is there one here? That's not it.
fuck I thought that was.
Okay, go left. Yeah, like down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Sunshine.
What the fuck is this?
Oh my
vase.
god. Dude, I love this play. Okay. No, you got him.
Surely, this goes in my favor.
Okay, he used his triple arrow.
All right, watch this. They're to come down, right?
Yeah.
They're not gonna know that I'm here, right?
Yeah.
Did they leave?
No way. Okay. Yeah, they definitely don't know you're in there.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Have asked you, bitch! Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Please give me back my void, bro. Please, I need to beg for my life.
Okay, don't worry. This time, nothing bad will happen.
Yeah. This time?
This time.
This time.
Better day.
This game is not the same without VoIP. How am I supposed to ask people how their day is before they kill me?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not saying that we need a third person, then that we suck ass, but I'm just saying that.
Yeah, let me see where Lettuce is.
I mean, you don't have anyone else? What about I mean, I say that, but I have no one else. Wait, hold on. Let me ask someone.
We're suffering.
I will ask. Oh my god. Yo, you ready?
Hi, Banga. Hello, Mr. Skeleton.
Thank God I didn't stab you.
It wouldn't have been the first time, man. It's okay. I'm building up resistance to your stabs. You know,
it wouldn't have even hurt. Don't worry.
You know, like, do you like how you can build up a resistance to bullets? Alright, watch this. I'm sweating now. Oh, it's a flame arrow.
Okay, we're kind of owned.
We're up.
We ain't down. I thought that shot was you.
Thankfully, no. Might never break these barrels.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's a man with a bow over there. Okay.
Okay, we can go this way.
Get my schmoot, bro. What's that? You want to leave all this box juice?
So I had sidestepped those, I guess.
Wouldn't it be fucked up if I just like killed you right now, like in cold blood? You know?
Yeah.
Like with like no, with like no remorse or like anything.
Okay, I see a potion in there. I got myself reloaded. Careful, the trap behind you. Ow! Holy fuck.
Alright, hang on. I'll tank everything else. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, die!
I'm gonna take this potion and pray to God.
He's the only one that can help you now. A bandage. A little bandage for me. Scrumptious.
You took the bandage?
Yes. Die.
I'm not gonna die, like I'm just gonna rest here.
Alright, you rest there. I'll rest here. Look at the corners of the room covered, you know?
The amount of time it takes for you to like heal in this game while resting is so long.
It does take instant. It takes forever.
I feel like they could double the speed and it would still be a long time.
Yeah, no, like 100%. 100%. I agree.
Potions of psychology? I do not know.
Or if they like let potions stack. You know what I mean?
Oh. The house is actually where that's. Oh, I can change. Alright, it's okay. We will make it out of here.
Alright. Surely.
Yeah.
God, it does take fucking forever though.
I know. But think of all the people we're gonna kill and how looted they are.
God, I can't wait to kill somebody whose inventory is full of rubies, you know?
Oh my god, yes.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Do you have a favorite stone?
Well, like in real life?
Yeah, like I like sapphires, personally.
Opal.
Oh, okay.
Opal is nice. It's kind of gay, too, you know? Like, it's got, like, little rainbows in it and shit.
Ow! I hit the ceiling!
What happened to your double jump?
Oh, I don't have it. It was too powerful for me. Someone's been here.
Somebody is. They're still here.
Are they?
Stop walking around.
Behind.
They're behind us! Oh!
He's trying to throw a barrel at us.
Ow! Yeah, hey, holy shit.
Oh my god. I thought I could run,
Scarra,
but
we're in
he
a bad spot.
owned me twice. Yeah, we're in a good spot.
Yeah, great spot, actually. Hang on, watch this. Watch this.
I didn't even know there's a trap there. I didn't know there's a trap there either. I think
What do you think, Scarra? Huh? What's in your head?
No, let's go. Let's go. We got it.
Okay. Lettuce, where are you, please? I reached out to somebody who knows how to play the game specifically because I know we suck.
What do you mean? I know how to play the game. It's just a little harder this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's because you're not playing Bard and just playing the same song over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, do we know anybody else that plays Dark and Darker?
No, don't worry.
All right. All right. All right. Okay. We run it back. Fine. It can't hurt us. I'm not crying. Just get off it. Or just get off the game. Just log out, idiot. Just give up. Oh, wait. Fuck. Yeah, Cabal knows how to play Dark and Darker. Hang on.
Look, we don't need a person who knows. We need a body.
Okay, actually, Cabal does not know how to play Dark and Darker at all, but
Yeah.
he has the game downloaded. Let me see.
Don't worry. Okay, I'm going to actually try now.
You're getting drafted. Dark and Darker time, boy.
I don't really know how I lost all my health already, but don't worry about it.
I feel like you're really good at that.
Oh, some would say I'm the best at that.
It's genuinely fucking impressive.
I don't know if I like starting here.
How did he even hit me?
Okay, we're behind you. Oh.
Oh. Hey now. Hey, woo. Duck a weave, duck a weave, duck a weave. Alright.
I definitely walked into his arrow there. It's okay. Luckily, I have this.
You were just face tanking it so nobody else
Yeah,
had
yeah.
to suffer and run. Nobody predicted we were gonna get out. Not a single soul, by the way.
I mean, they're gonna be real mad when they lose all of their fucking points.
Yeah, y'all are gonna fucking mauled in a second here.
No trap damage taken. Who are we?
Good job. Good
Wait.
job. We're on some shit right now. I'll pull aggro for this guy. Oh. Oh, ow. Oh, he's a son of a bitch. Oh, he's so mean.
I fucking see him.
I can't see him. I can't fucking see him either.
Oh my god.
Well, Huh. Huh. All right. Well, okay. All right. You're a little quirky. A little quirked.
I think that we need to stop going easy on them.
I think so too. Yeah, I think we've been letting them off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're gonna actually kill him.
Okay, let's go down the list. Let's not die to monsters. Let's not team kill each other.
Okay.
I don't even want to get out. I just want to interact with another person in a way where we do damage.
Okay, well, hang on now. We killed that one guy.
Yeah, we did.
Killed
Oh,
that one guy.
Dude, that guy literally uninstalled because he knew how good we were. Where are we?
He was just devastated. We're in the trap room.
It's fine. We just I never went to the thing, right?
Yeah. Keep walking over these traps. I can't see anything.
Can we throw some things?
Okay. We could also go up the stairs here and leave.
Leave free loots? I can't see. Where are your torches?
I don't know if it's super free.
Okay, I'm up.
Oh, you're up? Okay.
Well, I was gonna say down, but I can't see, so I'm up.
Alright. Okay, we're good.
Got you?
Oh, I see.
QB1, there's certainly no problem with that.
He stood no chance.
Oh, there's a straw hat. Oh my god, I found one piece.
It's real. It's fucking real. Okay. All right.
I would say not this way. Where are
I jumped
you?
across.
Oh.
There are potions over here.
Oh, say less. I hear someone to our left. Like right now.
Alright.
Are they fighting someone?
Maybe?
I think we fight.
Yeah.
I'm opening. Oh, this is kind of weird.
This is a little weird, not gonna lie.
Goodbye. Okay. That's the warlock ability.
Alright. Oh.
I can jump out on tomorrow.
Alright.
Oh. Is this skeleton behind you?
I don't think I'm invisible. I don't know how the potion of invisibility works. He's chopping my head. I'm dead.
What?
You got easy one for me.
Oh my
You're
god.
actually almost fucking crazed. Wait, that actually almost went so fucking well.
Oh, you know, we take that. That's what.
Oh, the potion only works when you're standing still.
Yeah, it's the same as like the rogue invincibility.
Okay. Okay. I'm a fool. Alright, this is the time. Believers rise up.
No, I don't have the thing.
What thing?
When you're here, you usually want to have the rogue lock between things. Oh, it's not locked. Wait, never mind. It's lit. We want. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna drop some stuff for you. Hold on. If you want any of that.
I love garbage. It's my favorite thing. Oh, holy shit. Wait, this hammer's... what? Thick. That's what I was trying to say. Oh god. Archer. Archer.
Oh no, my health bar.
Run away. Run away. Oh, there's a guy here. Hang on.
Okay, I don't understand how my dagger can go through the character. I missed 2 autos because it went through. Wait, I don't get it. I do not get it. Maybe the hitbox is really small.
Yeah, I think they might be.
Definitely not my fault.
Yeah. No. You're faulting. No. Alright. Ow! Hey.
Has there always been archers up there? I swear, I did this room a lot before. I don't remember those.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I don't know where the altar is. In relation... Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Just taking a little stroll through dark and darker. Are you fucking kidding me? This way.
Okay.
Alright. Alright. So. Oh, I know where I am. This okay. Alright, I know where I am. We're good.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, so I don't know where I am.
I could have sworn you just did like a 360.
That's cool. That's crazy.
You.
Oh, Cabal, help us.
What?
Are you dying in dark and darker?
No.
We need another body.
No.
To win. To win. To win. To
That's
win.
the
To
most
win.
fucking sus no ever.
No, we just.
What?
We're good.
You get
What?
drummed on?
No.
Is that what happened?
No.
An invisible barbarian pop out and beat you to death with a concussion instrument?
Nah. Nah.
That's definitely what happened. Don't worry, I'll be there to crossbow you in the side of the head just like I did.
No.
Oh, there's a res thing north, I think. Not that you could actually res me with your health.
No, I could. There's a lot of dudes.
Yeah.
Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I gotta kill myself.
No, you have so much to live for.
No, you're so right. In the next life, though.
Here's my plan. I'm gonna commit Sudoku.
Yeah. Alright, give me your username, Cab.
I'm logging on at the moment.
Alright.
You literally got me just as I walked into my office and sat down with a factor meal. So.
Okay.
His meter of the game looks pretty bad. Oh yeah, this game is fucking terrible,
good morning.
man. For sure. It's not me that's bad. It's the game.
All right.
Yep.
So my username is Cab. Go. All right. Here's the important part. Capital T. Capital
Wait, could you?
W.
Wait, hang on. Say it again. Start again.
So Cab. Go.
Okay.
Capital T.
Okay.
Capital W.
Okay.
Capital A.
Okay.
Capital N.
Okay.
Capital G.
Okay.
There you go. That's my ranger.
Okay, come here.
Boing.
All right, now we're gonna escape twice as much.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna die at twice the speed.
No. Surely not.
Apparently, I was reading the patch notes, and in Iron Mace, they upped the loot.
Did they?
I mean, we wouldn't know because we've only died.
What do you mean? We've only died.
But I mean, yeah, that's cool.
I got out that one time.
Yeah.
Why am I not surprised your name is
It works.
Meat420?
It's fine. Do you need to put on actual gear, or are you good to just run it?
With that, he's geared up.
I just run in naked.
All right, sick.
Like I got gear, but like.
No, you don't want to bring that.
Yeah.
You could leave that at home, bro.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Oh my god. No, I went and I did the trader thing because I had like 600 gold just chilling in my inventory. I was like, what do I want to get? I'm like, I want to get a really good longbow. I'm just like, those are expensive. Every time I'd go and like try to buy one from somebody who's trading one, I'd be like, they're like, oh, like epic longbow at this price. I'm like, oh shit, that thing does like 60 damage. That hits like a truck. And then they'd be like, okay, I'm gonna up the price by 100. I'm like, well, you priced me out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We're penny pinching would be a good way to describe us right now.
Perfectly
Yeah.
fair.
We spent all of our gold on the high roller lobbies.
Yeah.
We did so good. We killed so many dudes, but
I heard that, the Goblin Cave high roll lobbies were like, aren't they half off this weekend? The high roll lobbies?
Are they?
I don't know what that means.
I think they are.
I've never had enough gold to go in one. I wouldn't know.
Oh, okay. All right.
I have to
No, they
warn you.
haven't-
Yeah, like we might be too good. Like usually when we
Checks
play,
out.
we don't see other people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just they part in your wake. Like the, like
No, usually the skeletons are part of us.
Scar is very talented at catching every single
You
crossbow.
killed me. The
No.
What?
I never did that. I don't know what you're talking about.
wait, hold on. I feel like there's a story here. And I was just like, Scar, do you got a story you want to tell, bud?
It's not your therapist, Scar. He's not gonna help you. He's not gonna help you.
I'm a very good listener.
All right, cue it up. You can listen to me get hit while we're in game.
Get in, cab. Hit ready.
Hit ready. Oh wait, no.
Get ready
did hit
again,
ready. There was a box after that.
All right, thank you.
I was stalling to shove some dried.
let me get a Fugi going.
in my mouth. Leave me alone.
I'm dry scooping gamer subs. Give me a sec, dude.
Okay, perfect. I feel like I should just learn how to play a mage, man.
Yeah, that might help.
We just jump down? Like, wait, what is down here? I guess nothing.
That looks safe. Oh, I know where we are.
Do you? Which way are we going?
I don't know that, but I know where we are. We're in that hallway.
Oh.
Secret tunnel.
Hopefully not a mimic.
Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic.
A flute.
We do love musical instruments.
Wow, I did not mean to press that button. Whoops.
Alright.
Ow! I can't even see him, man.
Wait, you're working on your mental health? Don't do that. You won't be funny anymore.
Good job, everybody.
Dude, whenever I'm happy, I find that I can't. All my tweets are less funny. It's actually, I'm actually just like, damn.
I know what happened. I can't make the he who. Ah, it's a mimic.
Hook him up.
Got the bigger the chest, the stronger they are. Oh, never mind, yelled him. He's a longbow I just dropped and a long sword.
Ooh, a longbow.
Can we?
Like that shit.
Any of Viz Media, any tips?
Yeah, like
yeah, tell him you know me.
Well, that one does 40 damage. Nice.
I'll vouch for
That
you,
is
man.
almost double the damage I was doing.
Oh.
Damn. Starter bow is like 24 damage.
Oh, it's red spiders? Ooh. Maybe we go the other way.
I got a pet spider recently that's red. Squirm around. Ball, no.
Oh.
The ball, no.
It's alright, I got it.
Oh, fuck.
Spiders are easy to count when they shoot.
Ow.
Get out of my way! Alright, we're good.
There's a red skeleton here. I am one life.
I was gonna say, cut him around my
Oh god, health? I'm not doing so great.
my shots.
Alright,
My
good,
shots.
good, good.
Oh!
Fuck him up, Kev.
We're
Fuck
good,
him
we're
up.
good, we're good. Don't worry, the red one had a round shield we can't use. Nice.
Oh, thank God.
I love round shield.
Thank God.
Oh God. So I am in dire straits.
I think you'll be fine.
Why can't I hit him?
Oh my God.
Why won't he die?
I'm literally stuck
Alright.
in a corner there, hoping to God you would save me.
I was trying my best, bro.
There's an archer around that corner.
Which corner?
Right there.
Oh, like a person or like a...
No, a crossbow skeleton. I got him.
You guys want to take a little rest in this corner over here, you know?
Nah,
Take a little-
we'll find the campfire soon.
Okay, alright.
We'll find the campfire. Oh, there's a skeleton right in here.
Someone was here. Was it us?
No, we
No,
haven't
you
been
can
that
see
way.
their potions literally right ahead of you.
Huh. Well, wait, over here this way, right?
No, I don't know.
Wait, you said ahead of you, but like
No,
this
we
way?
wanna
They're,
go
they're directly in
behind us.
front of you right now.
Are they really?
Are you blind?
I see them. Alright, I say we go. All three.
Okay, why not?
1, 2, 3. Wait,
The ranger is down.
that's it.
What? Oh, wait, huh?
Okay, I'm taking his healing, and that's all I really care about.
It was the most anticlimactic
Wait.
fight. I thought there were two of them. Where the fuck did the other one go?
Oh, wait, here. Hey, take this. 3 straight? It's like I just dropped an amulet somewhere.
Oh, thank God.
I only cared about his healing potion, I'm not even gonna lie. Oh, we need to run. We need to go the other way. Oh.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. There's a in that room in front of us. There's an archer skeleton. So
Alright.
yeah, but it's up on a platform, so I'll just.
So we can go this way though.
We could go that way.
This way looks promising.
It's where you duck, right?
I think so.
Oh, this is the lich.
Oh, right.
You probably do not touch.
Hey, sure.
I heard
I
something
think we can do a boss fight right now.
I was gonna say if we want to, like, we can absolutely fucking chill in the corner, regenerate health, if we feel the need to, because we're inside.
They're right here, by the way, right in front of me.
Oh, like enemies or
yeah, like people.
Oh,
This
okay.
guy just dragged 3 people. Oh, he's like running. He booked it.
Here's what we do: put a trap in front of that door, and then we
Alright.
rest.
Alright. I like that idea.
Who? We what in front of where?
I put a trap in front of that door over there, and I also turned out the lights. So if we want, we can rest.
Okay.
I'm taking a
good.
seat.
I don't need to rest.
I'm dying.
Oh.
Yeah. If you want to take a seat as well and regenerate health through Scarra, you can.
Okay.
Just a little nap, you know? Talk about our stories.
Ooh,
That's an
I
exit.
heard a exit stone.
Oh my God, will we actually
Well,
make it out alive?
Hello, I gotta raise up. I gotta raise up this guy.
Not on your watch.
120. Yeah, this region is so slow. I could manage myself in real life faster. Okay.
I could give myself field first aid quicker
Yes.
than regenning half my
The
life in
portal
Dark
is
and Dark.
right here.
Oh.
appreciate y'all. I'm out. Bye.
No
What
way.
the fuck?
No way.
There's no shot.
What?
That's crazy, dude. That's fucking wild.
I never get to escape on stream. Leave me alone.
What the fuck?
I believe in you two. You're amazing. Wonderful. I've carried you this far. You eventually have to push the baby bird out of the nest. You can do
Bye,
it.
Scarra. I'll see you later. So long, buddy.
So long, nerd.
Wait. Surely I didn't get left. What the fuck?
Well, believers are eating well today, boys.
Wait a second.
Yeah, there's a portal right there. You could do it. You could do it. It's right there.
You got this easy, easy.
Yeah. You ain't even gotta cross the next one. You can just, there you go. Boom, you're good. You're golden. See? I told you. Team faith. I have faith. No, don't get, no, no, no.
What are you doing, Scarra? What are you doing, Scarra?
Hey. Are you at least starting?
See? See?
I don't know.
See, I believe. It was all part of the plan. It was all part of my gigabrain strategy.
Wow.
See, we just needed an extra body, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It was more confidence and less anything else that we needed.
Honestly, yeah. Easy ups.
All right, right. You know, I'll make something. Can I?
Let me sell my garbage.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Is I got. And they don't wait. Hold on, wait. They don't let you stash bolts. What the fuck? Why not? That's bullshit. That doesn't make any sense. Stellian dagger. 25 damage on a fucking dagger. What the fuck? Holy shit. Fast as fuck, boy.
Yeah, it's the extraction looter in the fantasy setting.
Bro, I'm stacked right now. I'm not gonna brag or anything, but I got like $23.
Oh, I forgot I had gear. I was just about to like just go and die.
Yeah, I saw you like get in the lobby and like insta queue up. I'm like, oh, I see it.
Wait. How do you sell stuff? Wait, hold up a sec.
Go to merchants, and then select the ones.
Is it collector or treasure that?
Treasure is where you basically exchange silver coins and you get bags for gold, so you don't just have a pile of fucking gold in your.
How do you sell stuff to them again?
You just click on sell and drag it into the inventory slot. It has to be something that they'll take, though.
Yeah, do like the go to like the weaponsmith or leathersmith or the woodsmith.
What is the sell button?
It's next to the over the trader's inventory. There's little buttons that sell. You click over on that, and then inventory in the middle will open up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's the secret schmooze.
Wait, oh, it's here? Oh, it's here. I'm fucking stupid.
Right. You know what? I'm feeling a little bit brave. I'll go in with some gear.
Wait. How do I...
By some gear, I mean the gear that I just got out of the place that we ran.
I sell this at the weaponsmith?
Go, and I got an extra potion. See, I'm up right now, man. I'm stacked.
Same.
I have to piss really fucking bad.
I'm not.
Okay, go for it.
This is
my
y'all
Yoshi,
stream now. I'll be right back.
Oh shit, she gave us control. What we gonna do? Alright, so chat, here's the deal. We're gonna say nice things about Egg. We'll say nice things about Egg. We're gonna appreciate her. It's Saturday. It's the day after payday. Did y'all make her cry yesterday? Yesterday was cry day. I'm interrogating you now. How are you, Cap? I am. My sleep schedule's in fucking shambles. My sleep schedule's a fucking shambles, and I woke up at 10 o'clock at night. I'm a piece of fucking garbage. My wife is gonna beat my ass when she gets back from Europe.
Oh my god.
She's like, what have you done to my husband? Why is he so unhealthy? I'm like, I'm sorry. No, she's not actually, but she'll be incredibly disappointed. I have not been on a decent sleep schedule.
What? This is the easiest way out is just lie. Yeah, I sleep every day normally at 8 p.m. So,
see, if I try that, she's gonna employ her weird psychic wife powers, and she'll know that I'm lying.
oh, the psychic wife. I see.
Yeah. She also follows me on Twitch, so you know, like.
Oh, oh, that's all unfortunate.
Yeah, so like.
That's what you have to do. You have to double down. You have to gaslight, gatekeep.
Mm-hmm.
I have to girl boss my wife.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, babe.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely on a healthy sleep
Here's what you do. You just say you couldn't sleep the night before because you were so excited for her to come back from Europe.
I mean, that's gonna
right.
be true, though.
Well, see, it's not even a lie. It's not even a lie.
What have you eaten today? I just ate. I literally just ate.
Well, I mean, you don't keep saying that. I'm gonna get hungry, man. I ate.
Have you not eaten?
I made 2 eggs on toast, and I ate it at noon.
Okay, what kind of eggs? Like fried eggs on toast?
I want you to look at Egg Stream. I want you to look at Egg Stream.
What?
Look at Egg Stream, Scarra. Look at it.
What?
I've got a gun.
A gun?
Go eat.
Oh, you don't have Cabal's Fugi up.
Oh, I do. No, I do.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe it's a gun. That's so funny, actually.
Go eat. Go take care of yourself.
Eat your food.
Grown ass man.
Ready up, cab. We gotta
Ready
run it
up,
back.
ready up, ready up. We got
run it back.
we got Crips to rob before your wife gets back, man.
She's not gonna be back for 2 weeks. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
Okay,
man.
okay, all right. We're safe.
She left me unsupervised for like almost a fucking month to go see family. I was like, cool,
It's
love you,
actually
babe, smooches.
horrifying.
It is terrifying. I miss my wife.
When will my wife come back from the war?
They say pork is the hardest meat to mess up. Not for me,
She's in
baby.
Poland. She's right next to Ukraine.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh god!
I was gonna say we got chests right down there. Oh, we can just go this way. We don't have to.
Oh, I mean, there's 2 free
I
chests.
jumped
though.
anyways for fun.
True.
And if these turn into mimics, then we're stupid. Oh, I'm
the mimics. We
stuck.
made a horrible mistake.
Wait, what the heck? Wait, I'm stuck. Wait, it glitched me out.
Hold on, wait. What if I
Wait, what?
what if I close the chest?
No, I'm stuck. Wow, hold on. I'm like literally spamming. Hold on. They can't see me. What do I do? Is this common? Like, is this? I've never seen this before.
I don't.
Try resting. Try resting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wait,
I was
but
gonna
you
say,
almost got it.
Yeah, try moving forward when you get out of resting. I don't
Oh,
know.
I'm spamming it.
Okay.
Do you think it'll work if I like hit you?
Like, I don't think it causes me to move when you hit me. Can you break the chest? Wait, can you break this chest?
Yeah. I think so.
Wow, this is the most depressing start.
We'll get you out of there, man. I swear to God. No soldier left behind.
Oh my God.
Come on.
We can't break the statue, can we?
No. I'm sure you can't break the chest.
It's not letting. Ow.
What the fuck? Oh,
Oh, there's a wizard!
I sure wonder what I can do in this situation.
man, I sure fucking wonder.
Wow.
Man, I wish we had VoIP.
Wow, this is really cool.
Oh, man.
I can't move.
Oh, you're like a sacrificial lamb.
I literally can't move.
I'm dead. I don't even know what killed me.
Yeah. It was 2 wizards and a fucking ranger. We stood no chance.
Oh, I'm literally stuck in a fucking wall. Oh my god.
You're fucking dead.
Oh, hang on, my game crashed.
Oh no.
God, I love this game.
Iron Mace is a multi-dollar studio.
Yeah, they made $1 or $2 at least. At least.
I will say though, it is a good game. There's some polishing that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I feel like most BRs have this thing where like it's hard to play if everyone sucks. Like I suck at this right now, so I need like a carry. Like I need someone I can jump in the backpack of and like I don't know, eat some drink some Kool-Aid, like eat some fucking snacks, you know, while like they help me out. Yeah, it's like Apex where like having a good player to be able to like 1v2 allows you to like do what you want.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is we need to grab RPR and get him in darker.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Gotta learn from No Gear runs. What did I learn last run, huh? Tell me what I learned last run, okay?
Rusty, right? We just gotta warm up.
Tell me what the fuck I learned last run.
I got I'll make that as a deal. Okay. I think most of my stuff will go to collector.
Learn that to
I feel like our error there was I brought potions. You know, it doomed the run from the
think
start.
our error was that the game sucks and made it so I get bugged out on a chest. Like, what do you mean? Like, you can start on the chest.
Yeah.
All right. So
Also,
knowledge
yeah.
for the future. Let's not stand on chest.
Yeah.
Especially if it's got a statue behind it with its arms held up, so it can carry you like I don't know, like Simba the Lion King. Because I'm gonna be honest, that's what it
holding you
looked like.
really gently. Yeah.
That stanue straight up Rafiki'd you. I just saw Scarra in the air, just like.
I like how they were just like they didn't kill me. They were just like waiting. They're like, huh.
You're like, what's wrong with this guy?
Is that okay?
He's a little fucked up, isn't he?
He's having a moment. Can we let him live? Nah, fireball!
So fucked up. So fucked up.
All right, get ready. Get ready.
Ready up, cab. We gotta go.
I'm switching something out.
Oh god, he's putting real gear on.
No, I had like a gray bow that I wanted to use because it's taking up space in my inventory. It's slightly better than the starter bow. Like
okay.
5 more damage.
Dude, the starting weapons suck so much.
Oh, they're awful. They're awful.
The gray dagger I picked up does I think 20% more damage than the first weapon.
The really shitty axe did like literally 20 more, man.
Like here's the kicker, because Scarra, you're playing rogue, right?
Yeah.
Like starter rogue, absolutely fucking hot garbage. You get any amount of decent gear on you, you're fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I heard rogue's really good with gear, but like that's how I feel about ranger. They're really good with gear, you know?
Imagine equipping a better gun and you do better. Die, please.
Behind you, Egg.
Oh my god, I found a weapon. Alright, it's over. He turned?
He's vicious.
Alright, if there's arrows in it, those are my arrows.
Oh, I have arrows on me. Hold on. It's knocking you down.
Nice, thank you.
There's another
Require
arrow
those
here.
for shooting shit.
A wizard.
I found a rapier, and now I can double my damage. Excellent.
Oh, rapiers are really good. Like, I genuinely enjoy the swing set of them. It is a lot less of a pain in the dick to hit shit.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Infinitely better hitbox. Hang on, there's 2 more guys. Help me. He's vicious.
It's coming directly. It's coming directly for Ben.
Surely we didn't have one of our teammates die. In the
Listen,
first...
okay, that's the first time I've died to the first room, alright? I don't want to hear it from you, of all people, okay?
Wait, did X die?
Luckily, we have the res right here. Wait, can you
It's
rest
your turn to
Can
make
you
a
rest your
blood
actually? Because you have the
sacrifice.
heal, right?
Well, I've got a heal, but like... Wait, shit. Oh, I went to go... I grab egg soul? I didn't. I just threw egg soul in their inventory. Okay, got it. I was like, don't worry, I'll raise you to...
You're crazy.
Yeet soul into inventory. There you go, bud.
You don't need this junk.
Takes soul, spits on it, throws on floor.
Man, it's rough out here.
Don't eat this.
Did I need to kill a
Oh no, wait, no.
boss?
I was like, I hear slappers. I hear footsteps.
I don't ever hear the little like flapping in the other rooms. Where's my body? Where's my carcass?
It's right there.
You guys like this way, or do you guys want to do the other way?
I was gonna say, Scarra, over here, if you there's a Marauder outfit where I'm standing. You can take that if you want. It's better armor.
Marauder outfit.
Yeah, better chance.
Well, I was gonna say, like, is armor really necessary if you just don't get hit?
I mean, like, it's better than nothing.
Oh wait, you have 2 moves. Wait, it's the best. Okay, never mind. You're right. Okay, so do you want to go?
We want to go this way where you're heading because that's where the circle's gonna close in at. Or we can go this way. This works. I didn't realize this was here.
There's another team. Oh, we're leaving. We're leaving.
Well, now they know we're here.
Oh wow. Wow.
They're not gonna expect our juking though. Watch this.
They're not gonna expect you to run in circles.
Where's a kettle?
They'll have no clue.
Kettle hat. I think you wear that. Physical power?
No, I can't.
I think they're here. They're not here. What the heck?
Because I just need 1 health potion.
Alright. Well, since they already been there, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a trap in front of this door right here where the light is out.
Right.
Inside the circle around behind us. Either that or it cuts off our own exit.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
He's just 1 potion.
Alright guys, I'm already in the middle room.
Did they already cleared out or? Oh wait, never mind. That boy's got a.
I'm gonna stay back over here for a second.
Ah, there you go. Nice. Got a feathered hat on him.
Wrong kind of potion, man. I don't need clarity.
I'm looking for pots. That's not a pot.
No, man, there's another guy.
Huh? Where you?
Oh shit! Well, I took that one. He did that.
Couldn't see him. Shit, he's blind. Oh.
It's alright, I got healing. We're good.
This game's like dark or something, man.
Have you turned up brightness?
No. Not even remotely.
Same. It's super dark.
I live in the night. It's a potion.
Oh, plate boot. Oh, okay. One of these chests has gotta have something.
One of these barrels, one of these chests. I found one. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I swear to God, the little mimics.
Oh, did it hit me or someone else? I think it hit me.
There's no way that was me. For sure it wasn't me, dude. Don't worry about it.
Well,
I was gonna say if we wanna camp out here and turn off this torch and camp out here in the corner. Are those people in there? Wait, is it?
I don't hear anybody.
Yes, there are.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Should I just rest here then?
But here's what we can do. We can come over here and we can rest while we're still within the circle.
All right.
And if they come through that door, well, fuck.
Can someone close that door over there? I'm gonna rest.
Oh, don't. This door over here is trapped.
Oh.
I trapped it.
Just take a little sit, you know. Take a load off.
I will join you as well because I'm also missing hit points.
I forgot that the ranger gets free healing through like biscuits.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what a nice class.
You get 3 biscuits to heal 25 hit points. It's pretty fucking swanky.
Yeah, the biscuits are kind of fucking OP even compared to like other potions. I mean, shit, even base potions only heal 15, right?
Yeah. Was it fighters get a an adrenaline rush where one time they can just regenerate like 50% of their health?
Oh.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Was it warlocks have the ability to slot in a talent where their dot will heal them? And they put the dot on somebody and every bit of damage it causes heals them a little bit of hit points.
Oh, I just see them.
There's people across the way. 75, 120.
Yeah. Think back into the dark. I was gonna say we might have a blue portal spawning around here.
Oh, I thought you put it on the other one.
No, I put it on this one.
Oh, I thought it was the other one. Oh my
I
god.
put it on this one so nobody could come in behind us.
There's a blue portal. That's a red portal.
Oh, no. Right in front of us.
Never mind.
Or in this,
yeah.
In the thing you put the trap in front of. Oh god.
It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. We may or may not get through this. I believe the power of friendship and anime and incredible violence.
I mean, one of those is not like the others.
Anime?
Somebody, yeah, that's coming through there.
I think we gotta go forward, man.
Yeah. Oh, I heard a portal. Oh yeah. They're
taking that one. All right.
Right.
We could go this way.
Yeah, it's portals there.
Yeah, there's portals directly in front over here.
Okay, we'll go that way then.
Wow.
Okay, well, now we only have to worry about 2 portals.
Wait, where was the crossbowman?
Oh,
now we only have to worry about 1 portal.
There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot.
I'm trapped in it. Are you fucking serious?
There's no shot. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave.
shoot me, you bony bitch! Don't you do it!
Good work, guys.
Bastard, bro.
That fucking something was like, oh yeah, wizard portal's right there, and it's just like fucking crossbow guy just zing fucking poor Scar out of nowhere. I saw his body just crumple to the side like that.
I literally didn't even see it.
Dude, the crossbow, he did my entire fucking health bar.
You know, no, crossbows are fucking dangerous. Like,
He thunked me.
They are fucking nasty. There's a reason I prioritize killing those motherfuckers. They're disgusting.
That's crazy.
Absolutely disgusting.
Disgusting. Disgusting shit. All right, I'm
Yeah.
taking a
I was
single
like, oh shit. I was like, Scarra's down. It's like, me and egg, we might got. And then I just say egg crumble.
We
And I'm
just
like,
all fucking die.
I just curled up in a
I
ball,
was about
bro.
to die because the spiders had me pinned in a corner, and I was like, oh no. I'm like, this is. And then I got out.
The spiders come for you in every aspect of life, Cab. You're not safe.
I don't like it. There you go, the collector. I'll sell the rest of this shit off. And okay. Wait, did I?
That's what I got now. You know, a couple times. I would maybe even say all the time.
There we go. Okay. I'm short a little bit arrows. I go grab some arrows and I'll ready up. And then we'll see if me actually buying arrows is a sign of us meeting defeat. Is this?
Surely we win with extra arrows. There's no way we don't. There's no way. There's no way.
Have you tried the other map? Well, no.
We'll be stronger than they could ever imagine.
But I'm pretty sure it wouldn't matter.
Power. All right, I should be good to go.
Wait, what is the other map? Is the other map the castle?
Yeah, it's
Do
the
you want to
outside
try that
castle
one?
area.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it.
All right, after this one, we run that. Ah, pussy. God, I wish they had custom lobbies where you could like select only hands.
Oh, or just go in there and fist people. I'm down.
That would be pretty funny, like custom lobbies with custom rules.
Yeah, I wanna spar exclusively. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, professional fisting.
Ooh,
Hold on.
oh,
Wait a
this
minute.
area. This area's
not bad. A lot of numbers.
I'm trying to all of them. I'll aggro them all and bring them back.
You're a monster. Why do we die to every mob? Also aggro's every single mob.
Wait, you can AoE these though.
Yeah, you can.
Not me, but like you can.
Oh, they're ganging up on me.
I was gonna say back up. You gotta.
I mean, this is the room which is aggro the most, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
You do get XP for killing mobs, so.
Oh, no, I mean, like the heal's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does recharge in time, so you know, like, it's not a bad deal.
And how long does it take for them to recharge?
Not that long. I was gonna say, did anybody pick up arrows? Or?
Is that new? I feel like I've never seen them recharge.
No, they do recharge. Oh, wait, I got a longbow and a felling axe.
Huh.
Ooh.
Let me throw them down. Longbow, felling axe to the ground.
Give me that axe, boy. I need it.
It's over here where I'm at. Oh yeah, that's a significant damage increase. Just went from 29 damage a shot to 36.
Fuck me.
Huh?
Oh.
The big shit opened this dumbass mimic, man.
Oh.
Okay, but what does he have? A mimic tongue.
Heavy leather pants.
Taking them pants.
Boy don't need pants. He's a mimic.
Bless you.
It's in high.
Thanks.
Is this the best way?
I mean, like, I'm gonna be completely honest. We can kind of just chill here because, like, we're inside the circle.
That is true. We could camp this room. You know what I mean? And if we hear somebody, we just like pounce.
Or
Hmm.
we go towards the center.
Actually, you're right. I don't think anybody's gonna be coming through this room. I forgot we were in like the first corner of the map.
Oh, there's no spawner, by the way.
They're avoiding me.
I'm right behind you.
Oh god. Please don't be mimic. Fuck you.
You didn't sing the song. You didn't see the "Don't Be a Mimic" song.
Oh. Oh my god.
I'm gonna fucking slam. Get a spear in there.
Oh, a little trouser. Okay, a little spear.
Little trousers, some little pants, little pantsy poo.
Okay.
Something to wear and be fashionable in. Okay, well in that case, we got a shrine of sacrifice right behind
Yeah,
us.
we got a Healy shrine and a res shrine.
Yeah.
I know where I'm running to as soon as. Oh fuck. Oh.
That's alright. That's alright. That's alright.
You wanna go back and just heal yourself?
Yeah. Let me run back.
Alright, careful. We don't have anybody. Pop out.
There would never be anybody being all silly.
There's someone literally across the room.
Okay, well, don't go over there yet. Hang on. Does bee hopping slow down your movement? I can't tell.
I don't know. Alright, I was gonna say, if we want to go this way,
yeah,
and like want to head wait for Scarra.
I lost my pants. What the heck?
Scarra?
Oh, you guys don't want to kill the other guy? Wait, where are you?
No, we went back to the.
We went back to the heel.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm running. Okay, yeah, but like this way had some people.
Okay, all right.
So we go this way, right?
Do we want people or do we want?
We want people. We want people.
I want people.
Okay.
People murdering.
Fight. Okay. That's
Kill.
fair.
Violence.
Violence.
The violence inherent in the system.
We live in a society.
Oh,
Are they leaving?
they're okay. They were on the opposite side and they went down over here. Okay.
Okay.
So they are going to be straight to the right. Or over here to the right. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's over here.
Alright.
They're literally right in front of me. Yep. Alright, wait, you go first. You drink your protection pot, you could go first. I feel
Alright,
unsafe.
you know what? Yeah, hang on. I'm good?
No,
I'm
worst
ready?
boots.
Dad. Where'd you go, pussies?
They're
Where'd they
across,
go?
they're across.
Oh, they're across.
Yeah, they're across.
Come here, bitch boy. Where's he going? Where's he going?
He's sitting down.
Come here.
Oh, I got the guy to like, what hit? Ah, I fucking missed me his dagger.
He's juked me. He's evaded me.
Okay, I killed the guy. We traded 1 for 1, okay?
Oh, his buddy came up behind me.
I'm coming down, Cam. Wait.
Yeah.
Come up to. I'm coming down.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going
here.
up.
Oh, that barbarian fucking died.
Good. I'm pushing up on him.
Oh, this is so close.
He's fucked up. He's fucked up.
I got nobody up. The zombies are following me. I was gonna say, if you want to jump down, I got a.
Oh, we're all dead.
Okay. Oh, you're all dead? All
You
right.
got.
Oh my god, you have 2 archers shooting you.
Yeah, I do. Oh, he's gonna get me the zombies on. I'm trapped.
God, that's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we separated.
That's fucked up.
Yeah,
That's not on us.
That was my bad. I thought I killed him quickly, but I got owed. He's rapiered me to death.
Yeah.
Is that rape?
You guys wound up going against, like chasing down 2 folks. We should have just chose one and focused, but.
I was about to say, I got a little confused with who I was chasing.
Yeah, I was sitting there, I was trying to peg him with arrows, because, like, I was gonna try and support Scarra, because he's fucking less hardy, and, like, I wound up losing sight on him. I was like, fuck it!
Wait, unready? Unready real quick so I can swap maps?
Oh wait, I swapped maps. Or...
Okay.
Oh, you already did? Okay.
The ruins.
Okay.
The ruin. Try our hand with that. Fuck it. Last time I went to those, I went with Kana, and like we got fucking bodied by a bunch of wolves. We had like fucking 7 wolves and 3 skeletons before we even saw another fucking player.
Oh.
Like, oh!
Nah, I'm sure
We're
it'll
like,
be fine.
oh no! This is bad.
I mean, this will go so much better. It's the map difference, you know.
I mean, we weren't doing too bad. We got out a couple times.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, we were doing great.
Couple,
realistically.
Okay, I got out a couple times.
No, I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, we celebrate each other's wins, okay?
Exactly. Yeah, no, you gotta celebrate the homies' victories. That's what it is.
I like how the
Egg
loading
escapes
screen
or
is
die.
just someone stealing this guy's shoes. Like he's literally like
There's
stealing
more
all of his
skellies on this
clothes.
one?
It's the embodiment of Twitch chat. They're like, I want to steal the streamer's shoes.
I don't know where the fuck we are.
I don't either. It's dark as fuck, boy.
Did we go here?
Can't see shit. There's
Sure.
bugs over there. There's a chest right here.
Chest? Where?
I got it. And a gold goblet in it. Another chest right here.
Ooh, a chest.
I had, this is 2.
Dang.
Oh, I forgot. Double hits and it's white space.
Yeah, the double hit on that guy sucks. Oh, I missed, but I nearly fucking killed you.
Whew.
Grab my arrow. Take that beyond dodge.
Is that the archer?
Yeah, it is.
Made. 20 fireball. Okay, mage's down.
There.
He's beating my ass.
Not bad,
Alright.
not bad. The thing about this game,
Could've
it's
gone
the best
substantially
fantasy
worse.
VR game out there, but that doesn't. I don't know. It's interesting. You like this?
Yeah, you just hit it with a bit. Like this.
Oh, he helped us out.
Yeah.
Oh, ow. My soul.
It's like fast.
Any heals over here? Oh, there's a team over here. 210, 210. I don't think they see us.
I was gonna say what we could do is we could lure them over to us and see if Scarra could stealth, pop out, and have them
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
butthole.
yeah.
Yeah. If you want to stealth right there, or I want to say if you two want to stand in that corner right there, I can lure them over. You guys.
Alright,
Stealthy,
alright.
stealthy, stealthy. Hold on, I'm waiting. There you go, back in my back, please. Hold on, back.
Alright,
I'm waiting,
alright. Get
No,
it,
no,
get
no,
it, get it. Oh, I'm dead. But I headshot 2 of them. You got this. Easy. Last one.
Oh, he hit me. Okay. No.
Oh,
Yeah, I was out of arrows.
that's rough.
Hey, we did pretty fucking good in that team fight though. Like
That was pretty solid. That was pretty
Yeah.
solid.
Mhm.
We had a tactic and everything.
Okay, maybe I switched
the
to
solid as
double jump.
fuck fucking team fight.
Perfect.
You guys
You
did
know,
amazing. I'm proud of
you know, here's what I'm thinking. The loot's better. As soon as we win one fight, we just become rich. You know, it's like
Literally,
Yeah.
we just gotta win one, and then we're literally rolling in it.
Just what?
One little W. One little W. Oh, I didn't ready up. I was like, God damn. Alright. I think I like this map better already. It's a little more open.
It is way more open.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes fighting.
Oh,
a
I
little
used
bit
stealth
easier.
on this skill. That sucks. I didn't realize I needed that.
Dumb. What have you done to me?
Let's get.
Why am I poisoned? Who did this? I bet Egg did this. I bet Egg is the reason I'm poisoned.
I'm
I
not
have-
poisonous.
I have exposed armor, so I hit someone and they lose armor, and then we wallop them.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice. Just walk up. Oh, you've got cool items on. Bop. No, you don't.
Oh, I got double jump. You're gonna see me coming.
Double jump is handy as fuck though. Like,
Yeah.
legit.
It just makes it
Double
more
jump
fun, I think.
And an armor debuff.
Well, like you can legit double jump over those spike traps. Like go to like jump over them to like and completely vault it.
Throw that
I'm
by the
making
weak
it
point.
darker.
Oh yeah, I know, but I just forget to use my throwing knives. Alright, let's look at these guys' gear, okay?
All right.
All right, this guy's got starting
Yeah.
gear.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
guy's got his default starting gear.
Oh, your shit on the ground. This guy. Spider-Man. He's got starter gear too.
Is it just more damage just use my offhands?
I think this may be a Yeah, this looks like a lobby full of folks in starter gear. Thank God.
No, we want the Chads. The 6 purples, 1 legendary players.
We're gonna go up against the 6 peppers where they take no fucking damage whatsoever. They take all of the party. What if the other 2 stand back while the 1 fucking McMurders us? I was like, look at him go. I'm so proud of Timmy.
Look at the little guy. He's fucking it up.
That sounds like how my first Tarkov game went.
Yeah.
Tarkov is too military gunplay for me. There's too much.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just kind of a lot to deal with constantly.
Yeah.
What a nice map. It's so beautiful. It's
I've
in
never
here.
played this
Wolves
map
up there.
before.
I was gonna say, look out.
Oh my god, are dogs?
Yeah. Yeah, there's wolves on this map.
Oh, Jesus Christ. ATF simulator! Fuck them up!
We kill dogs, we kill dogs, we kill dogs. I think I stabbed
Fuck these
you.
dogs! Fuck those dogs! Murder! Murder him!
Alright. My fucking arrow, jeez. Yeah, last time I fought these things, like I couldn't even tell if you got any loot from them.
Oh god. Oh god.
1 down. 2 down. 3 down.
These dogs are mean, dude.
Oh, yeah, they're fucking vicious, dude.
Holy shit.
They're absolute bastards to deal with. They're fast as fuck. They have low hit
Please
boxes.
don't be a mimic. Oh god, this is our
Be a
Templar
mimic,
loot.
don't be a mimic.
It's the Templar armor that none of us can use.
be a
That's
mimic.
great.
Do you want arrows, Tab?
Yes, please.
Come here.
Like you. for a second, it looked like you weren't wearing any pants. I was like, I like your loincloth. It really accentuates Ben.
Oh shit.
That makes your dick stand out, bro.
Really, you know, really gives you the whole, you know, the elephant look.
Oh, dagger.
Oh, wait.
No, never mind. I have the same exact dagger.
Okay.
There's so many chests here, like small chests. Oh, there's a buck. Can you wear a shield? No.
I don't think so, no.
Fuck, it's a blue shield.
I mean, I could take it, sell it. You can become a trader.
Saw that red stuff over there.
That's a warlock spell. Remember that's the dot they throw?
Oh, yeah. right.
Yeah, all their spells are got, you know, funny red particles.
Did I hear something?
Maybe, probably.
I'm stuck on the fucking
Oh yeah,
bear
there's
book.
I got guys behind me.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Skeletons.
Yeah, there's an enemy party there. I pinged the rogue, so he should be low, but
Oh, I'm fucking stuck on the goddamn barrel again. Fuck him up,
Oh
Scarra.
my
Fuck
god.
him up.
I fucking
He's
couldn't
coming
take out my
behind you, Egg.
weapon. I kept pressing 1, but I think it doesn't queue up.
Stay back, you bastard. Stay away from me. Ah! On God.
Wait, I swear that skeleton skin is like pay to win.
It 100%
I would
is.
just guess that it was a normal mob.
I literally
Could you
assumed it
attack at
was
any
just a
point?
guy.
No. Like you can the way that they stand and everything like that. the body motions, all that different.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do I become a skeleton?
Get it from the Founders Edition.
I bought the Founders.
Oh, go into your go into Customize tab, go into Races, and you'll have skeleton right there. You can.
Yeah, you'll have it.
Oh, beautiful. Gorgeous. All right.
Gorgeous.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
All right. Now we're good.
All right. This is it. This is it. This is it. What you buying, Gab?
I was checking shops and stuff.
Okay, okay.
Apologies. Apologies. Do this. Maybe a little bit more damage on my bow will help me.
All right, bring out the gold bow.
No, I switched over to orc.
Oh.
They get +1 strength, but it gives you more damage.
Okay.
I do think the map is more fun though, because you see people in like ways that are enjoyable for rogue. I think.
Yeah, for sure.
The double jump is way more fun on this map. The other map, double jumping is like, oh.
You just bonk your head.
Yeah, my
man.
verticalness doesn't really help. Also, God, my fucking range on my daggers, I'm still not used to. They're so short.
Yeah, it's super short. That's part of the reason I prefer the rapier. I'm gonna be honest, I prefer the rapier on any one-handed class.
Yeah, that's
You just
fair.
get the reach.
It's faster, I feel.
Yeah.
Or well, I don't know if it's faster, but it just does so much more.
It's slower than the dagger, but that reach and the way in the swing set of the rapier, like you can stack up damage super fucking fast. Also, if you're good at landing headshots, like you can just pop, rapier somebody in the fucking foam, and
Where are we? No idea.
I guess buildings behind us.
Die!
700.
What's the army sword, which I can't use?
I was gonna say I can use that.
Oh, you could take the arrows out of these training dummies.
Ooh. I'm gonna put that arming sword in that chest. Or I'll grab it out there.
Oh, it was in the skeletons.
Oh, okay.
Did not grab it.
I'll take that fucker.
I remember before the ranger spear plus the spear master used to be so strong. You could like just.
Spear is fucking dangerous. I'm sorry, I shot you in the fucking back. That was,
you're
that was
okay.
my bad.
You're okay. I was about to say we've got a third party here.
Third party.
We do actually.
Where are they? Oh, I see him. I see
Right
him.
across from us.
That just run to him.
I say we aggro the archer onto them.
We go. They're fighting the fighting mage.
I'm going in. Lock him up. He doesn't even know you're behind him.
I killed them. They're both dead.
Good job.
But like we have to kill this guy first. Oh, do we still have the archer left? Are we good?
No, that was me. I was
oh, cool.
singing.
Then okay, where's the other body?
I need a health potion.
Yeah. Oh, Galamon. Oh, wait, take this.
Oh, Galamon.
Oh, take the helm too.
Yeah, let's get that green helm. Take his fucking spear.
Is there really no one else?
I don't think so.
I thought for sure he had someone else with him. Let's go to this bleed. Just spend. Oh, sorry. No, no. Is he here? No, that's a scalp archer. Oh no, that's a mage.
Okay, I don't have lockpicks.
Oh, you can take the shot.
Let's see, is there a healing shrine around by chance?
There's an archer over there. There's another archer in front.
It's a crossbow, so like it's dangerous.
Oh, we gotta go backwards anyways. You guys just
Nice.
What is that sound?
Was that a? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Ellen Archer.
Oh,
is that
there's a
sound?
mage over here. There's like a pathway that keeps opening
there's
closing.
20 arrows on this guy.
Yeah.
On the archer. Can't even see this thing.
Yeah, I tried to throw a torch over there so we could see it a little easier.
I'm keeping your arrows. We can just move. I'm moving backwards.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, moving this way.
Alright. Into the ring we go.
Alright, are you? I'm gonna drop your arrows.
Okay.
19 on the ground.
Right there.
I just dropped on the ground, so then there's 19.
There's 2 bone boys.
I was gonna say where. Like
Oh.
4 bone boys.
Fuck.
Watch out, watch out.
Fuck.
Watch out. Oh, I'm fucked up.
Okay, they're both dead.
Right.
Where did I throw your arrows, man?
I don't know. Like, we don't have to fucking worry about it. I just killed 2 archers behind us, so I got arrows.
Ooh, a shadow mask.
Alright.
Take it.
Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go. That's gonna close on us.
Get a ration. Yeah, Healy dealy up a little bitty.
Why did I feel like
here? No,
that's a lich. That's a lich. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
We could probably do this.
I mean, like, if you want to kind him.
Yeah, we can do this.
I'm sorry. Did he just slow me?
Yeah, he's supposed to. If you want to move faster, you put your weapons away.
Oh no, I didn't jump fast enough.
Ooh. Alright, I'll take aggro, you shoot him. Oh god, I failed at taking aggro. He's dead.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And now you're gonna get giga loot.
Hmm.
Get a loot off him? Oh, okay, well, we got a really good piece of armor for you.
Here, I'll carry that so we can res him. Where's your body, Scarra? Where's your decrepit corpse? Here it is.
Yeah, I'll grab his daggers and his mask.
Oh, it is closing in, guys. Right in front of you. Right in front of you. Right in front of you.
All right.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it is. Hang on.
Okay,
loop
this
around,
way.
loop around.
You can go through there. You can go through there.
Yeah.
The darkness, it consumes me.
Wait, this is
Oh,
a
shit.
lich room. I thought there's anything else here.
Oh, we separated Gab.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
shit.
did.
That's alright. That's alright.
Oh, it's right above you.
There's a party behind me. No, 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 no! Alright, come in.
There's a party in here too.
Oh, well, shit. Well,
it's rogues on the very top. Oh, there's a healing thing here.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a healing shrine right there. You want to grab that egg?
Alright, I'm using.
Hold on. Oh, I'm down. Never mind. I fucked up.
I'll make it. I'll make it.
I'll make it.
We own. Alright,
dude,
I didn't know the lich room was right there, man. I'm like trying to walk into the zone and I just fucking get spooked.
Where there's so many liches. Dude.
Kill liches, get money.
This is so
Money, dollar bill.
Let's see.
Wait, did you guys see the Steam reviews for Overwatch 2? It's actually the most reviewed. Did you see this? Overwhelmingly negative. Never 90,000 reviews. People who make Overwatch port work harder than people who make Overwatch. This is so funny. Like, what is this?
Alright.
Shit.
Alright, I'm ready.
I'm figuring out how to do tavern emotes.
People, it's still at 50K. I think they should be worried. Wait, what tavern emotes?
Yeah, you do emotes while you're sitting there, like at the lobby.
Oh.
But you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking up. You know, Overwatch 2 went to Steam, right?
I don't know why, huh?
Okay, so Overwatch, the Blizzard game, just got on Steam. Like they just added it to Steam.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little too late for that.
Oh no. So it is the most negative review game of all time. At 90,000 reviews, it has a 9% out of 100 rating, and the reviews are just hilarious.
Finally, a game worse than Gundam Battle Operation 2, which I love.
It's actually so funny.
That's so rough.
Oh, and they're great, right?
Love the Steam release of Gundam Battle Operation 2, and like its negative reviews are through the fucking roof.
You know what game I'm
And I'm just like,
surprised?
well, at least it's not
It's really big.
Overwatch.
Rainbow Six. Heard it's really big in South America-ish.
Game
AK,
looks
that's
fun.
not bad.
That's because it is X-God. It's super fun, even if you don't have friends to play with.
It's a good
Where
game.
are we?
Yeah. In a bush.
Oh god. Okay. Well.
Oh, we're up on like some second story shit.
I mean, loot.
I think we're like kind of in the middle of the fucking map.
Yeah, we actually kind of are. This is an advantageous position.
We're at a good spot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like this.
Alright, you know what? I get hit the most. I'm taking the perfection shrine.
I say we live here, actually.
Okay.
We what here?
We live here. This is our domain now.
Yeah.
We just wait for other people to come to us.
Map? I don't know.
I'm so jealous of your double jumping.
It's so nice in this map.
It's so much fun, man.
Oh, I'm jumping. Whew.
Teamwork, teamwork.
Wizard shoes, okay. Adventure shoes.
And there's a chest back here if you want to double jump over it.
I don't even know why they made Overwatch 2.
Wait, what chest?
The chest behind those. Yeah. Or you just do that.
Wait, I got it.
I'm taking the loot from the barrels. Fuck y'all.
I can't break barrels. I'm just a raid.
I've never played this map.
You're so weak and puny.
It's true. I have skinny arms meant only for drawing bows.
Oh, there's
And
an archer
me,
up here.
I'm bones.
It's me. I'm the archer.
Quick, double jump, kill that thing.
Of course, there's random fucking death skulls here I didn't see. Oh, 3 additional magic damage.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I got it.
Hell yeah.
Can I take this arrow? I can't take this. This is bullshit. All arrows should be takeable.
You know, I think if Blizzard encouraged the Overwatch porn the same way that the Nier Automata guy did, the game would have survived a lot longer.
True. I mean, it's still doing really well numbers wise. Wait, we went nowhere.
Sure.
I mean, no, yeah,
not
really.
They're on the right, on the right.
On the right.
Oh, there's Fellas. Hello. Right, VoIP doesn't exist. I'm but a little creature.
Oh, they can see the glow in your weapon.
Spiders. Oh yeah, they can see me for sure.
Yeah.
I'm baiting them. There's another party behind us.
Yeah. We gotta run back.
Where are we running to?
Well, it's just like we don't want to fight both teams at once, right? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, another team.
There's another team. Jump down.
Jump down.
Oh, there's skeletons. Oh, that's a red skeleton. Oh, he's on my ass. He's on my ass.
Oh, it's a team.
Fuck him up. Fuck up this one guy.
How am I getting?
How are you dead? How am I dead?
I'm also dead. They had a warlock with a fucking greatsword? What the fuck?
All right, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say,
okay,
these people were home invaders.
We were in a good position, and then we got pushed off.
Everyone, like, I'm gonna be honest,
bro.
there were 3 teams around us.
Yeah.
There ain't no way we were winning that shit. Ain't no way.
It's fucked up. It was stacked against us from the start. All right. This time, I'm coming in with a single extra potion.
Yes. Hold on, I'm organizing shit.
Guys, I played 3 hours. I have not gotten loot. Wait. I have 29 gold. Wait, hold on. What can I buy with that? Let me go look.
You can buy a couple potions.
Yeah, you can buy some stuff.
You know, I'd wager to say that you're loaded, actually.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't lie to the poor boy like that.
I would never lie to Scarra. I would never.
Oh, I have a rapier, and now we won.
We won?
Yeah, we
won. Now we won.
A rapier costs 8 gold, so I can buy 3 rapiers type broke.
Okay. So you're stacked. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Okay,
Let's do this. I'll be honest, like I get most of my shmoney out of playing the God, what is it?
Right,
The goblin one?
can't believe. Oh
Not
yeah.
the Goblin Caves. The Howling Crypts, the one that we were at before. Like playing those, but like playing it solo.
Yeah, just kind of like ratting through, making a little cash and dipping.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like I go in there, I kill mobs, I get XP. The usual.
We're here to kill people.
And see, that's where we're fucking up, because we're here to kill people with, wearing grays. Oh, well, that happened. There's a mummy over there.
Oh, there's wolves.
There's a spider.
Dumbass wolf.
Why do the spiders look like mummies?
Because they're mummy spiders. Also, there's that. The spider pond is over there.
Got it.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you guys are down.
Yeah.
I thought you guys were sick.
Alright.
Sorry, I need to use torches so much on this map. It's literally like fucking everything is dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will go ahead and say, if you haven't already, turn up your brightness in game. It helps significantly.
Really?
Yeah, just turn that bitch to max.
What do you look like a mummy? I don't look like I'm a skeleton. Come on, man.
Took a lot more damage than I should have. I got XP, so fuck it.
I somehow did not get hit at all. Impressive.
I always knew you could do it.
You could blow up the bone. I got stuff on them.
It's not called brighter, brighter. True. But being able to see people is definitely
What does this lever
nice.
do?
Oh.
Oh!
No, hey.
We found the Shrine of Sacrifice. And loot.
God, I hope it's a mimic.
You're an evil, evil person, eh? I appreciate you for it.
Would it be funny, though?
Is there really not another way to get through this way? I thought.
Well, that's a lever. That's not a thingy.
We get behind this thing. Oh.
Get behind this thing. Hole in the wall on the other side. Oh, actually, it makes sense. Everything.
I thought it was its own room, maybe, you know?
I hear someone. Wait, is that you guys or? That is. No, never mind. We're good.
Alright.
We're good. Open store. I just see an arrow just fly
Getting
through the air.
Right away.
Dude, I was really.
Oh, look,
close.
there's a guy. There's guys. 300.
Oh, there are guys.
280. Hello. Oh, ow. One of them was an archer.
Can you guys go back this a bit? Let's
Yeah.
stuff.
Come here, Cam.
Yeah.
Maybe not that far back. Like.
What's that?
Pulling them towards us. Walk past Scarra.
I'll let you know when they peek.
Hit with a fucking axe.
Okay, I'm watching. Oh, there's one coming off. One coming up to you. Two. I'm ready.
Oh my god, they're all ganging up on me!
Oh, they got me. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I saw them hit you in midair just...
That guy bisected
Fucking Mario
me.
dead.
Fox fight. I remember 35 months. 6 feet something. Oh man.
When you get hit by a fireball at Bowser's Castle.
Oh.
That one almost went well.
I liked it.
It was going okay. It's going okay.
I was like hoping I could like double jump over them. That would have been sick. I think I should have went for the archer, but then like, I don't know, man. Probably the archer and clean up the rest after. I think
mean, like
this is
the
win.
thing is, the archer can just kind of choose. So like either like my 2 cents, either focus the like if they got a cleric, focus the fucking cleric.
Oh, I was hitting the bard,
yeah.
but
Or
with,
yeah, bard
with eggs, but like, oh yeah, feels bad.
Yeah.
Just wombo comboed my head.
Yeah, you gotta go in. You gotta hit headshots with those fucking daggers. Especially because you're going in great daggers, because they're doing pinky damage.
Oh god! Oh god! Get away from me!
Poison only bleeds for 3 damage now instead of 5.
Oh. It's actually a wild nerf.
I think it used to bleed for 5.
Well, you can have multiple stacks of poison now.
You know, I'm max stacks. It stacks at 3.
Oh, okay. I mean, still, that's not a insignificant amount. You
Yeah, no, it's still good.
Poison them and fucking run.
No, it's.
I want it to be more OP though.
Yes, actually.
I want every rogue to be a fucking menace. I want everyone to play rogue. I want this to be rogue and darker.
Rogue and roger.
All right, fucking. All right, you know, just.
Wait, I was just leaving.
Like, just like Sonos with your he who funny ability
fancy
to,
little
you know,
double
double jump.
Yeah, you already know.
I don't want to double jump anyway.
Hard life.
There's an archer boy in here.
Oh, we're going in?
Oh no, I'm just killing the archer for sure.
Wait, there's another archer, yeah.
Kill that one too.
Fine.
I got a better bow out of it. Yay me! Reward. What is that? Survival bow? Good on you.
You only want longbow, right?
Huh?
You only want longbow?
Well, I mean, like, any bow that is better than the one that I'm currently using.
Uh-huh.
So, like, right now, I had the
What the
bow.
fuck did I just get hit by?
You literally jumped into my axe. What? Wow. What do you want from me?
Another archer over here.
Very unfortunate, like.
Nice, good job. More arrows.
Oh my god.
What?
I found this a secret entrance to the side, and found people I don't want to fight, like a mage and some.
Take that fireball real quick. Oh, ow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just took that fireball to the fucking dome, bro.
No.
I saw that.
No, I forgot he had 2 hits, dude. The gangster guys had 2 hits.
Oh fuck. Hang on. When the skeletons die, they kind of snarl like Basil. I don't like it.
I don't like it.
I don't like that, like at all.
Alright, but what's the loot? What's in there?
We got some gold coins. We got a.
Where's your
We
body,
got
Scarra?
a gold chest that is locked.
My body is on the outside.
I'm
it's
on
to the
the
right. It's to the
outside.
right. It's to the right. Straight, right. Yeah, there. Straight there. Straight. Really, yeah, over there. To your right.
Oh, you died like over
Yeah,
here.
to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so
You
like
got
somewhere
got
over
by,
there.
There you are.
Scarra got by the funny great sword skeleton that
Dude.
has a fucking 2-hit combo. I don't know why it's skeleton got a 2-hit combo. You know
No,
how to
it's
utilize the
okay.
mechanics of momentum.
I
Skeleton.
I just should have known.
No, I can't. Yeah. I can't believe you didn't know.
Alright, I got all your shit.
Alright.
We didn't walk past a respawn. Oh, the storm's coming in.
Yeah, it's just play Bard. I played Bard last play test.
Storms are coming.
It's really funny. I did nothing but
It's over here.
like do songs.
Oh, so you ducked, and I did not see that the what is it? The wooden barricade had collapsed.
Alright.
And so it looked like you just phased through the barricade. I was like, what the fuck?
I enabled. I'm toggling.
I can't believe Egg just toggled on.
He's always better. Oh, before he was kind of a meme. That was funny.
What a fucking what a
Bum boy.
fucking scam.
It's so rude to me. Ow. Alright, let's see. Is
More
there
Blizzard
a-
shoes. My adventures in Cobbling continues.
I think.
Is there a res point anywhere over here?
I don't know.
I mean, you guys have to go to the center anyways. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a team over here.
Okay. Maybe we don't want to go that. Want to go the other way around?
Yeah. Oh god. God.
Okay.
Yeah. Please, any res. Oh no. No.
What's that?
We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Alright. Hear out my other tactic.
I'm fucking
I'm
dead.
leaving.
I got fireball to death.
Alright. Hear this.
Cage skeleton I couldn't fucking see.
You got fucking dodged.
It's just like, no! Fucking just lunges directly for your crotch. You just crumple like a sack of fucking potatoes. Oh no, the wolf's got pinned!
My last thought was maybe I could take a seat here and just regen a little. Oh man.
Alright, I'm ready.
Alright.
Okay, I also figured out how to do this. Wait, hold on. Wait. What? Here we go. Are you ready? Ready?
Yep.
Yeah. Nice.
I want loot. Give me loot.
I'm starved for loot.
Dude, we're gonna get such a good piece of loot here. I could tell.
Yeah, this is it, man.
Has
Ow.
Egg survived
The Reaper 5191.
anything?
Yes,
Well,
I have.
The first game I joined in, all of us got out. We all survived.
Yeah.
We got.
We used up our luck too early, man.
Yeah, we should have held then.
Look, I join in. I can only guarantee like one team extraction. That's it, and we used it up right out the gate. You know, like.
Oh,
that's
okay.
my intro.
We're just learning the map, right? It's a new map. We're just learning it. It's not a big deal. Can I kill this dog?
Oh, kill a dog.
Boss. Not like 2 rounds. Come on, it was like 3.
Oh my
All
god. I can do this. I'm gonna do this.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Do it.
This is it.
Oh, I couldn't buy rapier, so now I bought a better dagger.
All right.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Listening.
This one's easy. Easy dub.
Wait, can we?
You can break this if you want, but don't we die?
No, we live.
You just drop down.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now we're in the catacombs. Yeah.
There's no fall damage. Oh.
Easy peasy.
All right.
What was in the casket? Oh.
A cultist robe.
Pick my torch back up.
Got a secret entrance over here in the. Ooh, now we're talking.
Secret tunnel. It's over
Large
here.
oak chest. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. It's not a mimic. Oh yeah, a mimic. Actually,
Alright, some
pretty
loot.
fucking, that's pretty fucking good.
Oh wait, hold on.
What's up over here? Alright, I'm coming back down.
No, we're going up.
Nah.
We already got it. Nah.
Nah.
The knob just like that's
Hmm.
It's like that's not cool. Whatever's over there.
Let's see.
Peter, you've spoken up the ancient Twitch Lord. How do you expect to beat it?
Oh!
They locked this guy down. Double steam. There we go. Good job. I saw that. I saw that Scarra. I witnessed.
Slaughtered, bro. There's an arrow on him, Cam, if you want it.
I could just got behind that man's and started doing fucking work.
I am owning, kind of, not really.
I mean, I'm.
Oh,
to be honest, these guys are kind of beefy, so you know. This is my shot. This is my shot. There we go.
How much health does that dude have?
Not a lot. You legitimately take those out in about 5 arrow shots. So. I feel like you can break the skeletons and take their shit.
Yeah, that's what I said last time we saw him.
Desecrate your fucking grave.
Do you need
your shit?
Do you need a recurve bow?
Huh?
Do you need a recurve bow?
Sure. It's probably better than what I got at the moment.
I don't know if it. What is your default weapon? Is it called
My
recurve bow?
default, yeah, it's a recurve bow, but it does like 24 damage.
Oh, mine does 28. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna drop it right here. This on the ground.
Thank y'all.
From this tomb.
Yeah, how you can do anything? Oh, it's a hand crossbow.
An arming sword as well. What's that?
Wait, I used it once. I can't use it again. Oh.
No, you probably don't have any bolts.
I got Storm is here. Shit.
You're running in.
We got a boogie.
Wolves are on the left. Careful. Do you want to go through here or go through wolves?
Let's go through whichever option doesn't have wolves.
I'm indifferent.
I can't break this.
I got you.
Unfortunately.
I missed. Don't worry. It was a practice swing. Practice swing.
I was about to say, are you about to double jump, like back up that fucking.
I
pillar.
was trying.
I was like, you're about to pull some fucking. Hold on, wait a second. Okay, never mind.
Gennington. Ah, clean them up.
Oh, there's a lot
Clean 'em up.
of chests here, right?
Yeah, there are.
Maybe. I thought there was a party over here, but there's not. Oh, that's you. I was like, oh look, there's a red potion on the ground. I was like, no, it's just egg crouching in the fucking dark. Oh, red skeleton coming up behind you. Look out.
I can't see well. Hold on. Don't care about we.
Throw that over there.
Alright.
I'll add it back line.
Nice, nice, nice.
I'm gonna loot this shit hella fast and get out.
Do any of us have lockpicks?
No.
I didn't bring the skill, unfortunately.
All right.
I mean, like we say, unfortunately, but like.
Well, I was thinking that's double jump.
We haven't we haven't made it out of that many dungeons, so like it don't matter.
What do you mean? Maybe if we had the lockpick and we had loot to die for, right? Or
Yeah.
a reason to live. Some loot worth fighting for.
The reason to live is friendship.
That's apparently not much of a reason. We've been dying.
I only
non-stop.
want. Yeah, I'm only here for the money.
I'm gonna lay a tramp behind us. That door that we just came
Red
I
skeleton.
can't wait to fucking walk into it again.
Red skeleton, and he's fast and mean. Oh, my bones.
How did that hit
Oh
you?
my god. I don't know. I don't know how that managed.
It's a Viking sword. Well,
okay.
I think I could take that.
Okay. Did you want it?
I don't know if I can use it. Maybe I can.
You can. Oh, green.
You know, it's worse than my last one, but it is faster.
Fucking hit me.
Where'd my torch go? There it is.
Stabbing that man in the face.
oh my god, 2 agility boots. It's over. I'm saved.
Nice.
Spiders.
So there is 7 people left in this lobby to find stuff.
Dude,
I'm gonna die to spiders. There's no shot. There's no shot. I'm actually gonna die to spiders. Oh, skeleton archer.
Yeah.
In the doorway. There's somebody to 30 as well.
See 230?
No, 30. I meant to say like 2 as well. My bad.
Okay, there's somebody behind us.
Yeah. I need to do a quick rest. Hang on. I'm gonna try and regen as much health as I can real fast.
So where are people?
30?
Behind us. Oh, directly. Oh, they're coming
30
through.
to 71.
They're coming through.
We need to move. We need to move. Results coming in. Results coming in. Eggs.
Wait, where'd you guys go?
I'm standing.
We're right next to you. We're right next to you.
Okay.
Through the door. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Oh, shit.
Good one.
Oh, I can't see shit.
Oh, fucking. Alright. fucking dude is dead. I am out of healing though.
Trying to kite a skeleton. There's a guy.
Yeah, the wall.
There's a guy up on the ledge.
you?
Right there. Right there.
Yeah, they're clear. Got me.
It's another team. Oh god.
Oh.
Believe.
I'm dead.
Oh shit.
Live on for us. Run. Sneaky.
Maybe you can go in there. There's probably.
Yoink that.
Get it.
Yoink
Get
that.
it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Please,
Escape,
for the love of
escape,
God, please.
escape,
Please,
escape.
Scarra escape. Please, Scarra
Oh
escape.
my god.
Please.
Please get out. Please get out.
Please. Yes!
Let's fucking go!
Oh, I didn't lose anyone though. But worth.
Good shit, man. Good
Fuck
shit.
yeah,
I'm
let's
so
go.
proud of you.
I appreciate that's a fucking win in my book.
That's
One
definitely
survives,
a dub.
we all survive, man.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
survives, we all survive.
Plus mine leveling up though. Alright, cool.
God damn. God damn.
When you're happy with just one fucking teammate survived, just like yes!
Fucking go, man.
It's
Fucking go.
victory!
Alright. I got my health potions.
I fucking love this game.
How do I?
It's so good.
Oh, it's just
Unironically.
right click. Yeah. Whoops.
Oh shit, I gotta get 200 XP to get to level 14? God damn. Okay. Let's see how it is. Oh, I mean, that is getting close to level 15. That's when I get my next perk, so I can understand it.
Oh yeah. I mean, let me just sell this shit, man.
Wonder.
Okay, what if
Like, field rations are just hella fucking good. But I wonder, if I were to multi-shot someone, it's like the fire 5 arrows at once in a cone-shaped dispersion. Like, if I was to point-blank shotgun blast somebody in the head with 5 arrows, would that even take down a barbarian? Like, would it just be like, you...
It would take me down.
Yeah, what do you think about gambling?
About gambling?
I say gamble, always.
Okay.
Wait, huh? What?
I got a green dagger.
Okay.
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 Could have been worse.
Oh, did you go to the Goblin Merchant? Is that?
Yeah.
Games. Oh, I love playing games. Let's play a simple one, you clever human. You pay me gold, I give you whatever I want. Sounds absolutely delightful.
That man's up to no good.
Oh, you can't buy Oh, can you not buy there they are. There they are.
Oh, yeah, they're the alchemist. That fella.
I have bought so much.
We go in, we get immediately murdered.
Nah. Not us. Not us.
Is it this?
Couldn't be us.
Oh, regular healing potions are only 6 gold? Hold on, what's a regular bandage? 5 gold. 5 gold for 10 HP versus...
I am now broke. I spent all 100 gold.
6 gold for 15 HP. Potions do show up on your belt though. But I'm not playing a rogue, so fuck it.
Alright.
Okay. Not gonna lie, I feel like stealth is not really useful for me without the perks.
Yeah, that's fair. How do you do that emote?
You
Short
gotta go to
yes.
like customize and then like put
Short
any
crossbows are
emotes
good
that you
with
have in your
the
wheel.
thing. Yeah, I wanted
Okay.
it, but I didn't
got
have
that
any
emote
ammo,
just
so
for
I just
shit.
tossed it.
Okay.
Just because I wanted to, I was like,
You know what I appreciate? I appreciate this game has no fall damage.
yeah. I feel like fall damage would just make everything just more of a pain in the ass than it already is. Like it rides that line of suffering, where it's like, oh, you know, I'd rather just suffer for this, you know, like for the who's
Yeah, dude, it's literally every battle royale is like there's some version of suffering, you know?
Yeah.
Because like, dude, I don't know, man.
I can't believe gamers are massive.
I feel like, yeah, they are.
This guy is fucking. Who's this guy? A wizard. Wazzler? Wazzler the warlock. Is this
Dude, the fact that the warlock can use a great sword, I'm interested.
Yeah, I was
no
about to say
res on this
warlock
map? Oh.
feels a little OP.
I don't.
It's kind of strong.
It can be, I think.
I don't even think like overbalanced OP. You know what I mean? Like still within range, but.
All I know is I would like to see. Oh, hey, we're really close. I don't have a torch. Oh.
I got one. I got a hiccup. I'm gonna die.
I'm dying.
Oh no.
You gotta archer boy over here.
Oh, that way. There's two archers. Oh,
yeah.
The what?
Yeah, I got the other
torch
one.
back up.
Wait, I feel like I do so much damage now that I have a fucking weapon.
Yeah, like no, like rogues that have decent weaponry are fucking terrifying.
Die, pussy. There's arrows on this guy. Do you want them?
Yeah.
Yes. I can't see at all, so I'm just praying to God that there's a chest in the dark. And it works.
Scarra's ability to manifest chests out of pure will. For a stacked party.
Impressive, honestly.
What did I say? Okay, where's the chest? Oh, there's not one here. What the heck?
I had a torch out. I defeated your magic.
Right in front of us, someone.
We're all at full health. Murder. Kill.
Oh, they're running. Oh, they're over there.
I hit him.
Going around.
Their torch down.
Good one. Kill the other.
I'm fucking.
Is there another one?
Jesus Christ.
Where'd he go?
They're both dead.
No. He's got to be over here somewhere.
Wait, I killed two. These guys?
Oh, is he behind? Oh, wait. He's not behind you.
Wait. I saw a guy walk over here, get cornered, and then just disappeared.
Did he stealth?
Is he in the fucking...
Unless he double jumped over that barrel.
Well, I'm gonna loot these guys for health pots. These guys have no fucking items. What?
They're just like us.
Yeah, actually, everything they have is like the base stuff. Wow,
Basic bitches.
So sad. They made me waste one potion for them. They didn't even have potions,
crazy,
man. agility.
I got very scared for a second. I was like, wait. I was like, oh, there's somebody behind me. Wait. Nobody behind me.
Not even a drop of loot in the barrel.
That's a person shooting at me. That is not.
All right.
Right in front. It's through that hole.
I see him. Throwing a torch over there. Ow. Kind of mean.
Well, I mean, you just wanna.
Yeah, we could just leave.
Use your
Wrap
pots.
around.
Use your pots. Use your pots. I feel like we're
I just used one.
Oh. Do you wanna go through
Just
here?
taking a second. Yeah, we can go through there.
I mean, I could jump over it, but it's like, you can't follow it. I think I just die.
We'll wrap around. We'll wrap around, right?
Yeah. I'm laying a trap there anyway, so. If they try and go through, one of them's gonna get caught.
That's a double jump
There's a
only.
heal right in front of us. There's a thing I can't see. Skeleton left and right.
Oh, there's guys over here. 340.
Yeah.
They closed the door behind him.
Yeah,
Take him back out.
Just take the push. Oh, so it's the island over here. Over here.
Wait, hang on. I'm healing. I'm healing. I see him. I see him.
Yeah, go ahead. Take that fucking heal and go.
Wow, I can't go down with that aggro for garbage.
Gang up on this feller.
I think it's one person.
I think he might be trying to be friendly. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Don't let him live.
Okay, that door that you were just at, and there's a trap in front of it in case they try to come through.
Oh, he's putting his hands up. Yeah, he's putting his hands up. He's saying don't. Should we be nice?
I don't know. It's up to you guys.
It's up to you guys.
Oh.
Guys behind us.
I mean, I just killed the guy. That guy probably has nothing.
Yeah, let's
I heard
get behind us.
I heard a bard behind us.
I'll break this.
This guy aggro the fucking thing and he's bringing it to us. What?
Well, we aggroed the fucking cockatrice.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fuck that. Run away.
Oh,
aggro
God.
to us. Aggro to us. Oh, no.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Ow.
I can't see.
There, torch out. Torch out. On the ground. Fuck him up. What do they have cocks in this? What do they have these? Oh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh. All right. He's a bastard, man. We should have killed him.
Yeah.
I'm never not killing anybody ever again.
Yeah. You ruined it for everybody.
God, bitch.
Huh? This guy aggroed the fucking thing to us? Oh my god. You're right. Down with anyone else.
What a cunt.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give me a second. Give me a second. Got this. I got this.
Oh.
There we go.
Sorry, bud. What are you sorry for? Dude, I can't believe we. Oh my god, you're playing a rogue?
Yeah.
Okay. We got. Oh man.
Yes.
I didn't even know that was on the map.
I'm also bringing lockpick mastery.
Oh, so one
you
of
can
us
have
has
double
it.
jump.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm poor now. spent all my gold on an
The
axe.
torch. Oh, I default have a torch.
I like your name on this one. Camp Go Stab.
Damn. It's like most of my names, like Camp Go Stab, Camp Go Fire, Camp Go Heal, Camp Go Block. I stole that naming convention from Connor.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. I'm ready.
Why is it so foggy?
I don't know. Oh, somebody,
God.
some rogue has smoke screen. Is that you? who uses that one, man?
It might be efficient. I don't know, man.
You literally just have to scream smoke bomb when you use it.
We need void bag. We need void bag.
Void bag was like ninja vanish. I want void bank so I can make skeleton jokes. Somebody walks in a room on the skeleton. Welcome to the bone zone, fuck boy.
Time to get boned.
Oh, this one, I can just leave this as well. Where do we go?
Okay.
I was pretty much looting everything, praying to God I find a dagger. Please. Blue
That's
dagger.
kind of how it goes.
Blue rapier.
Ow. Hey. Who fucking shot me?
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, I didn't see that actually. Fuck.
Ooh.
Oh.
We're healthy. We're good.
We're fine. I remember why I don't play rogue.
It's fine. You just gotta be sneaky snake.
I get stab happy.
There's a skeleton mage up there. Be careful.
I'm trying to kill itself.
Ooh. Oh, I'm an idiot. He's dead though.
Perfect. Can't wait for us to collect all the loot here.
God, I love being a walking chest for people that kill us. It's my favorite.
Oh, don't worry, we're gonna turn them into the chest.
We're not the loot boxes today, they are.
Ooh, a bandage. I would probably think that. A little bit more health never hurt.
Do you have the lockpick? Oh, you will.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Damn it.
Oh, a blue felly axe? I'm dropping it. Okay, you carry us, Eggs.
Alright.
You got the carry.
Over here.
Alright. Never seen somebody jump out like this before. I'm ready.
Alright, we gotta go, guys. The circle is. Do we? Oh, can we drop here or just go Yeah, we can just drop here, I think. Perfect. We'll go this way. Oh, not the wolves, man.
Right it is.
Not the wolves, man.
Map made the decision for us.
Someone looted that box. Oh my god.
God, the felling axe is so good.
This is the place that has the mage and the bunch of archers over on that cliff face.
Yes, the archer.
Right. Oh my god, where's he going? Where's he going? Where's he going?
Going back, he's trying to lead you to the...
Oh, no. You open it with, Oh, shit, actually, we got can you break this for us?
Yeah.
Break what?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I mean,
that one? That one?
We go this way, we go this way.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't come up behind us. Oh, he's stuck behind there.
Oh, there's a mage right here.
Yeah.
Melee is so much harder, man. Oh, he's vulnerable.
Ooh, I'm gonna die.
Sorry.
Oh my god. You missed him and almost hit me.
Jesus.
My life just flashed before my eyes right there.
The felling axe. The team killer.
Heck, don't die. Oh.
Okay. We got a respawn altar here.
I was gonna say if you just want to fucking perish and we can respawn you.
But
I'll come back with the same health.
and then we
will you?
Oh, who's shot me?
Yeah.
What?
Alright, well I'd stand for fucking barbarian. Yeah.
They're playing such a relaxing tune.
Get him, Scarra. Get him.
Fuck him up. Kill, murder, kill.
Dude. These guys, bro.
These guys! These boys! These fellas! What are they doing? Actually, I want to see. I've yet to try this out. But I want to.
Cleric?
Yeah.
I think cleric's OP.
Okay.
Yeah, let me check my shit real quick. That's what is it? Resurrection. Holy light. What's that? Heals an enemy or does 100 base damage to there's all harmful magic effects for the target. Cast on self if no target is found. Lesser heal. Less. Free strength, agility, or will for 30 seconds. What's that? Ooh, that might be good. What if I take that shit and I take that out?
Guys, I'm getting owned.
Add that in. And, oh, okay, so that's everything. Heal Holy Light Protection. Heal Holy Light Protection. Fine. Alright. I think we might. We'll see if that fucking works. After channeling for 1.5 seconds, deal 100 base magic damage to all undead. Yuck.
It's pretty good.
Good target and I'm gonna grab judgment and then increase 10%. Ooh. Holy Aura. Increase your armor rating and magic resistance of yourself and all nearby party members by 15. Nice. That's pretty fucking nifty.
Oh. Okay, I need to take a little bit of a break from this game. So I'm down to play one more, but my fucking brain started melting like very recently.
All right.
Like I started getting a little bit of a headache. I think it's because I'm getting old.
It's some fucking brain power, dude. So
It's all the arrows to the head.
It's all the arrows to the fucking head.
It's doing some dot, man. All right, we run it one last one then.
Sure. I'm down for more if you're down for more eggs. So we can duo. Go try and rant the howling crypts or something.
All right.
I think. Yeah. I want to try to
Die.
Yeah, you think you can beat me, huh?
I think I can. I think you're weak.
I think I'm more experienced at hitting women.
That just happened.
Yeah, Scarra, you wanna go? You wanna expand on that one?
He's dangerous. I honestly think if you should do it if you have friends, but without friends, it's a pretty rough solo game. Because the learning curve is kind of rough. And if you have the money, I would buy Baldur's Gate 3.
Fun fact, Scarra is actually a notorious street brawler, but for some reason only winds up getting in fights with women. They just
I feel like there's no good
shadows.
way you like tried to spin that and it spin it itself in a way where I was still, it's still weird.
It is. I tried for a save.
No, somebody's got to keep the local women's shelter in business.
Oh my
gotta keep
God,
sending people
no!
in.
Oh, we all hit each other.
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Well, you know, like it's a good thing it's a good thing yeah.
That?
Yeah.
You're a cleric.
Yeah. Good thing I'm a fucking cleric.
Thank fucking God. I don't know if anybody could use that armor in the sarcophagus.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either. I don't think it's for any of us.
Well, now you got me interested.
Oh, we got full northern tunic. I guess I'm.
Okay. It's for the bards. That's what I assumed. I was like, it's either a bard or a knight.
No, that's a barbarian thing. So
Wait, in the big chest?
Yeah, in the big chest.
Oh.
You got a green tunic in there.
Hell yeah.
I dropped the morning star on the ground. That's hey, take this morning star. Blah, blah, blah. Cap right here.
Oh, okay. Take that.
We live with target pretty
37
much.
Damage. 37 damage versus. Okay. Oh, damn.
Out we go. Into the knife. Ow!
That hit me from here? That's some bullshit.
Fucker's got some reach on him.
But it's counting though. Oh, there's two of them.
There's a guy over here. He's getting a bard. Oh, he's got wolves on him.
Can we go over?
Yeah, there's a guy right there.
Yeah, fuck him up. Oh, you're using your double jump tech.
You can jump up here. You can jump up here. His teammates are here, by the way.
There's a dog, bro. Oh, fuck. Ow. Skeletons to the left of me. Dogs to my right. Stop hitting me!
There's someone here. Can we hit them? Oh, where are you guys?
You know, I'm around.
Oh.
I'm around.
Oh shit! Fucking
I gotta
wolves.
go.
That's
I'm
so.
trapped. Yeah. And that guy just grabbed a bunch of wolves and fucking kited them around, just being a shitlord.
It's crazy.
I hate that. What are you gonna do? I'm just gonna kite fucking mobs around until they fucking attack somebody.
Just gonna do a cute little loop around, do a little circle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he's gonna shoot the fuck out of you. He sees you.
He sees my hands, man. They glow.
Your glowing hands.
You're so
Oh,
special.
I'm fucking
Yeah.
dead. I think I just died. Free to heal? Yeah, but...
First and pepperoni.
I guess I just rest for a little bit. We'll see what I can clean up. Yeah, I should just
I'm just gonna take a nap right here.
Just take a little chill, you know?
I can't
There's no
move for a little
detriment.
bit.
I don't think they can come in.
They can't not.
I don't.
And
Yeah, I
they're
was
probably not
about
gonna
to
wait
say.
for me, because that's weird and cringe.
Yeah, that's very bizarre behavior.
Battle Royale, yep.
Right, Scarra, this is your time.
Believe in you.
Wait,
Do this.
they're weighted.
That's crazy, actually. God, this is where I wish VoIP was back.
Yeah!
Yeah, you're just like sitting here and you're just like, oh, I guess I'll just hang out.
Come on, man. Leave me alone.
I'm just a little rogue. All my friends are dead.
I'm just a level 5 rogue.
They were hit by wolves.
Can we do like a little dance for them? Maybe they'll just let you go, you know?
They're camping me!
Sweet, sweet loot. They're like, give us the loot.
You know that guy has good shit. He's gotta have good
shit
shit
on him.
Oh, I even hit the wall to make my hands stop glowing, man.
Are they actually gonna wait it out the entire time? That's crazy if so.
Funny to do.
I hope they come around from behind you.
That would be so funny.
They just fucking sneak in and they're just like, hello there. You're like, ah!
God.
I need to go now, I think. Well, I can wait a little bit longer. Fuck it, if they're waiting for me, I have no chance anyways.
I love this arc. Watch them just be like around the fucking corner. Oh yeah, they were right there.
You got this easy juice. Break their ankles, break their ankles, break their ankles.
Fucking double jump.
You're crazed. You're crazed.
Okay, there was no more way I could jump.
Yeah, that guy was fucking. Hold on, I want to see what this guy is rocking.
It's crazy, dude.
Oh, the wolves don't really do damage to you if you're wearing plate armor. Wait, this guy literally
No,
took
they
no
don't do
damage.
much. Yeah.
Oh yeah, these guys are kind of fucking decked out.
Yeah, they're a little drippy.
Yeah, they got fucking greens and blues on their shit.
Oh.
It's just like, nah, bro.
God.
All right, guys, I am out.
All right.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
bud.
playing.
GG's, guys.
Thanks for hanging.
GG's.
All right, guys. Oh god, Dark and Darker is harder than I remember. I feel like Soling was a lot easier, but I think Rogue back then was really giga OP. You know, Alia. I'm gonna go play some Mass IP, and I'm gonna go get some water, and then I'll make a decision after. Fuck it. Oh, dude, I thought about it. I don't know if I feel good, guys. I suddenly just developed a huge headache. Like I stood up, I drank some water, walked around, but yeah. I'm pretty sure I have to end my stream now. I thank you guys so much for watching, but I don't want to risk this because it's not feeling great. I'm gonna find some of the hosts real quick. Yeah, dude, I don't know why I have a headache, man. I'm gonna lay down probably for a little bit. I'm out, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the Dark and Darker and TFT. I'm out. Good day.